welcome back everyone, welcome back to another day, another edition here of the OSC Elite Rising Star number 17, day number 2. I'm of course just VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to a very special tournament, a tournament designed to feature, to showcase, and to reward the up and coming players in the scene. You know, we have some tournaments with the big names, the big dogs like Cyril, Rainer, Clem, like all the others, but here a tournament for those that are rising and looking to be stars. Let's go, let's go. So if you've been enjoying yourselves, again, it's been a very intense week of StarCraft, an intense schedule as well, 2 casts a day every single day. I would like to sleep one day, but not this week. It's not so much StarCraft. Of course, last night we were live with the finale of the CranKy Gathers Season 2 tournaments. I do recommend checking out the VODs. It was an amazing finals, or best of 13. It was wild, pappy. So do check out the VODs over on YouTube. Likewise, later on tonight, we're going to be live with the Pondcast as well. So later on tonight, we have the Pondcast. This morning, we have the OSC Elite Rising Star. And over the course of the weekend and the next couple of days, we have more Open Cups, War DTV Mondays, Pegasus Cups, KSLs, Junior Cups, SDOs, all the StarCraft as we catch up on what we have missed out on the past week of play. But first things first, of course, we do have the OSC Elite Rising Star tournaments, and we have quite a plethora amount of matches here. Here we go. We have 8 best of 3s, pappy. It's a lot of best of 3s, 8 matches in total. We're going to be jumping into our first series though. We're going to be jumping into a TVP between Foxer and Prome. Foxer, of course, has been devoting and committing a lot of time to StarCraft as of late, even did travel, of course, to the SC for All tournament. The American Terran player is up against Prome, the Korean Protoss. Prome, who I would say has been dedicating more time recently to SC Evo, to StarCraft Evolution, a little bit less so to StarCraft 2. So I'm curious to see how they compare to each other. I'll be honest, I think I lean towards Foxer in this matchup, but I know that Prome can be a very cheeky player. He can be very cheeky, at times can be unorthodox, and let's find out. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss. For among SC2 people, it is a Prome. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the yellow Terran player. We have the yellow Terran, the American Terran. It is Foxer. Here we go. So we're getting into our Terran versus Protoss matchup here, and again, Prome has been committing and devoting. Foxer has been committing and devoting a lot more time to StarCraft as of late. Has been improving quite a bit as well, and has been looking very impressive. I'm still recalling his TVT series against Bunny, where he was so close to bringing him down during the RSL qualifiers. We'll see how we compare here as well. As I mentioned before, Prome, he does spend a lot of his time playing StarCraft Evolution. SC Evo is where he has predominantly spent his time, but recently has been playing, every now and then I should say, does play in some StarCraft 2 tournaments as well. Of course, to be good in one, you have to be good in the other, likewise for SC Evo, and we'll see how he does compare. Prome, he has been known to spice things up when it comes to some cheeky builds, specifically, you know, I want to say some of the Lunacy and even Rebellion builds. I know a lot of them do share builds and do look to improve together as one. It's a tight-knit community among SC2 player base, this clan, I mean, the team among SC2 players, and they do often help each other quite a bit, and we do often share builds. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Prome. We'll see if he plays standard, if he goes for a Twilight Council, or if he does something more devious. For now though, we're settling in double gas. Double gas opener out of Foxer, going for a delayed CC, faster factory, so more of a tech heavy start out of our Terran player. Likewise, we go for the full wall off as well, so Prome is in the dark. Prome, for all he knows, there could be a CC, right? There could be a CC up here in the top side to float over. This could be an economic opener, or it could be a more tech heavy start. Prome is unaware. So Prome is playing a little bit blind here initially. And again, we'll see how he does respond. We should be seeing relatively safe play out of Prome. I will say typically on Tokamak, you want to be cutting corners. It's a large map, long rush distance by ground, so it is more viable to cut some corners, to be a little bit more greedy here and to go into a faster third base. But after not really recognizing what's going on, we'll see if he does cut corners or play it safe. For now, the reactor is on the way. We can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. There it is. So we are committing here into early game aggression. With this, the goal should be economic damage. Reapers and Hellions, they do not scale well coming into the mid game, so you want to get rid of them early on, and ideally you want to be getting rid of them by trading with those workers, with those probes, by busting into the mineral lines and wreaking havoc. Again, we'll see if we can pull this off. Likewise, it's going to be on Prome to get his SimCity up and running. So far, he does have a wall off here on top of the ramp, and we should be seeing likewise a wall off here at the natural as well. Yo, I see Rebellion in the chat. Let's go, baby, let's go. Este Rebellion. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm casting any Rebellion tonight in this tournament, but likewise, as we mentioned before, active player amongst the SC2 people. Oh, going into charge. Okay. Reaper Hellion does poke in. So far, we do have a solid wall here, at least covering part of the ramp. There is an entrance, there's an opening here into the mineral line, but that's what the sentry is going to be for here for force fields. So far, nice Sim City. And again, this is not a standard opener. We're going Twilight Council into charge, not into blink. A chrono boost is on the way. Now, going into early charge, this typically is designed to shut down early tank pushes. I would say that I would favor this if the Terran player were to commit early on to a committed move out, especially tank-based move out. But that's not really what's happening here. We have a Widowmine drop, we have a bio follow-up. It's nothing too committed, so we'll see how Prome can actually make use of this, and we'll see if he does turn this defense and more into an offense and try to break his opponent. For now, it's keeping up with the Reaper Hellion. Here we go, Widowmine drop across the map, making its way towards the natural. As Hallucination does get a full scout, confirms the Raxes. Mine drop is on the way. Foxtrot, he rotates. Foxtrot does get eyes on the third CC timing. Oh. And does boost in. Does go for the boost. Prome, he will react. He pulls away in time. Baits at the mine shots. Oh my god, he came back too soon. Nice retargeting out of Foxtrot. No, not again. 12 probes go down. A sentry goes down as well. That should not have happened again. The Probe, he did react well. He pulled away. He did react in time, but he pulled back too soon, too close. And with that, Foxtrot has a massive start here. He does, I should say, Probe takes a massive blow to his economy. Foxtrot behind this, chilling back at home, building up his army, gets eyes on the third base. And these Widowmines, they've more than paid for themselves. Denied mining, 12 probes, and a sentry. Reaper Hellion is going to be zoned away. There's still one Widowmine left, so we can try to find some more damage. And Prome is taking up, working towards, not Storm, towards Colossus. So the Bay is on the way, Colossus production on the horizon. I mean, there's going to be a big power spike, there's going to be a big timing, a window, I should say, for Foxtrot to move out, to get some damage done before Prome can recover. Oh boy. So there's that window. I'm sure Foxtrot is aware. Stim is halfway done. Waiting for some medevacs, and from here should be rallying across the map. As soon as we get the upgrades done. Let's here we go. Foxtrot does move out. As I mentioned before, he is rallying. 2 more Maxes on the way. Foxtrot is in position for, yep, there we go, the third CC. So is expanding. He's expanding behind this. I believe there should be 1 Colossus to defend. And for the most part, I feel like Prome, he should be able to keep up and hold on, depending on the angle of attack. Foxtrot is making his way towards the expansion. Does siege. We'll bring down the pylon. And here comes a Colossus. Going to break the army in, the mine shots. Ooh, here, brittle connections. Widowmines go up. Zelt's going to be going down, and the Colossus is exposed. Foxtrot does stutter in. So again, brutal tank shots. From here, Foxtrot is still rallying. Ooh, and even takes down the expansion. The third goes down. The Colossus, as we mentioned, is exposed. Nice spread here with the Marines. He does stem in, takes down the Colossus, and that should be game. GG gets called as Prom is broken, and Foxer takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played again. Just a really unfortunate start for Prom to lose 12 workers to the Widowmine drop. That was insane damage. Again, to sustain that much damage early on, it takes a lot to rebuild, to resaturate. It delays everything else. It delays your gateways, delays your warp-ins, delays your tech, delays everything in favor of trying to rebuild and reset that economy. So losing 12 workers that early on, it should be game ending. We saw that Prom was trying to defend, trying to hold on with his own Colossus, but alas, it was just too much. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Foxer takes a lead, and now we're jumping into game 2 to see if we can bring it back and force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. This morning in the top right hand corner here of Torches, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing among SC2 people down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Prom. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Terran player. We have the American Terran. It is Foxer. Also, did just remind me in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Do apologize for not hosting the predictions at the start of the match. It slipped my mind, papi. So engrossed in the game itself, but now we can settle in. And welcome to Torches. Torches being one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. Shorter rush distance by air, likewise can be shorter by ground as well if we mine through these patches. Aggression can be very favored on this map. Likewise, defending on 3 bases can be very awkward. This area in between the natural and the third can be abused, it can be made use of against you as well. So again, aggression the games themselves just can be quite awkward here on Torches. We'll see our players take us. We'll see how Foxer does commit. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling in. In last game, Prom, he wasn't able to make full use of his charge base opener, unfortunately. Maybe he was blindly getting ready for aggression. But this time, economic opener out of Foxer. Okay, single gas, racks, expand. So economic start out of our Terran. And with this, we can settle into... I mean, we can still be aggressive in the mid game at least. But for now, going to be calming down. There you go. So now we are going to be building up. Again, with the more economic starts, we can settle into our 1-1-1. Going to reactor to Hellion. Interesting. With this start, if we don't go for an adult swap, we can actually follow this up with a with a Hellion drop instead. So we'll see if we do invest into additional Hellions here. And if we go for the medevac. Likewise, this time Twilight counts on the Blink, so standard follow-up this time out of Prom. With Blink, it's going to be a little bit easier to keep up with drop play, to shut down medevacs, to gain map control, and to contain the Terran player as well. So it's a much more diverse and, as a result, a much more standard way to open up. Getting to Blink. Prime, oh, cutting a lot of corners, actually going 2-gate blink into a third, even getting the third base before the gateway's even done. So very greedy build here out of Prime. He has not scattered at all across the map, by the way. I was curious if he was reacting here to the initial opener, but no, Prime is playing blind, cutting a lot of corners, being very, very greedy. Foxer does move in, dives into the mineral line. For Hellions, they will one-shot. They can and they will. So far, getting up to 5 probe kills. 5, 6 probes going down, getting up to 7 towards the end. So 7 probe kills, not bad. Does get some decent damage. We have the Banshee follow-up. Cloak is on the way. Now, when it comes to cutting corners and being greedy, we did mention how this was 2-gate blink and into a third base, and even then a very fast third. There's no Robo currently. Robo just now has begun, but Cloak is almost finished. Cloak is almost complete. There's going to be a window in time where these Banshees can deal damage. I say that, ooh, the Stalkers are coming to intercept. The Banshee is going to be focused down. Oh my god, and does get sniped. Massive pickoff here, and that was a big overstep from Foxer. There was a big window of opportunity. He could have done so much here. Again, the Robo is still not quite done. Cloak is complete, but did already lose that first Banshee. That wasn't Foxer. To be fair, he didn't know that the third base was already taken, so he believed that he would be safe in this position, assuming there would be no third. Banshee's now moving out. Oh. As Prime is stepping in. Prime is going to be careful. Gets one SCV. There's a recall back home. Observer is halfway done. The Banshee does get into the main. Checks for the third. We'll get some damage. Getting to 3, getting to 4 probes. It's something. 4 probes go down. Banshee does pull away. And we're building up into the mid game. So far, what have we done? What have we achieved? 11 probe kills for a Banshee, for 4 Hellions. So far, I would say slightly better trade here for Boxer. Thankfully, at least he does keep one of the Banshees alive, but we do see Prime at least all over it currently to make sure that no additional damage is done. We do see likewise Prime taking up in towards the bay, and even though a lot of damage was done, Prime still did go for the greedier build, so that does make up for that. Does make up for his losses. They kept rushing into the 4th base, expanding towards Foxer. Again, Prime has been so greedy this game with his 3rd base timing, with his 4th base timing as well. If he's left alone, I mean, this is going to snowball out of control. If he's left alone. This Foxer is moving out. There's an observer here keeping eyes on Foxer. Yeah, as we load up the tanks. Sure, he does commit. Likewise, we can see Prime setting up as well. Does move out, sets up on the low ground. Foxer, he can actually rotate in our position this time. He can just go straight for the 3rd. He can move in. Tanks do siege. Zealots rushing forward. Ooh, nice target firing. And nice target firing on the Zealots. Ooh, now going for the Stalkers. A massive tank shots on Prime. He will lose everything. Yeah, brutal engage. Again, the tanks did focus on the Zealots. Very juicy connections. We do see reinforcements coming in from behind. There's the unsiege. Doesn't siege. It looks like one tank will fall. Oh, move command. Bit of a move command here. Down to 1 tank. This is still been a better trade here for Foxer. But did lose one of his tanks. Banshee does hit the natural. And Foxer pulls away. I mean, again, overall, that was a better fight for the Terran. We'll throw away the Banshee. But over time, we're building up more Colossus, and Prime, even though he took some more losses here, the gold does make up for that. So there's still a lot of pressure on Foxer. as he's not aware of the gold. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. Foxer is going to be taking his own 4th base. Does float over. It's getting ready. It's going to be quite committed with that drop. Prime is still taking more base. Jesus. Taking more expansions. Getting more map control. And we're looking to build up and max out. Okay. And again, there were opportunities here for Foxer, if only he was a little bit more aware of what was happening. Again, like, he just never saw the fast 4th base, never saw the gold. Otherwise, I'm sure that would have been something he would have been pressuring to take a better fight and also to try to punish the economy. So Foxer has been in the dark. Likewise, ideally, you do want to line this up with some other attack here to distract. Drop is moving in. Prime is pushing forward here into the center of the map. Doom Drop does hit the fringe base. Prime is moving in. And Prime commits. Boys are being pulled. Vikings are just going ham here on the Colossus. And so far just kind of gets the Zealots. One Colossus does go down. Barely does not get the second. At the same time, Marines, they do kill the expansion, but that didn't really matter as much. And not as crucial. Real to dive in. Nice focus firing. Gets a Colossus. There's one left. Yeah, one Colossus remaining. Brutal splash damage here from the Colossi. Marines, they just keep on pushing. Yeah, they keep going in. Heading into the natural. Robo's exposed. Oh, a brutal move command. No. Yeah, brutal move command there as we do recall back home. Marines, they kill the Colossus. Oh my god. The Colossus goes down. The man with gun. Not like this. And in the end, Foxer, he should be cleaned up here. He should lose this army to the Zealots. But this is still critical damage. He reset the army. We can see Foxer is rallying across the map, headed towards the fringe bases, headed towards the 3rd and 4th. Now he knows. Now he sees the expansion. Now he's aware. Colossus are on the way. Marines, they have to kite back. Okay, that's to resurrect the Zealots. Prime, he's holding on. He's defending. Ooh, even catching the Vikings. We still have Marines in the main. Oof. Yeah, Marines are still in the main base. Nice target firing, getting it to 7 SC or 7 probes. 7 more probes going down. From here again, things are still looking quite intense. The goal base is slowly running out of resources. We're getting there. Prim has rebuilt his Colossus, once again pushing in. Viking count is looking much lower. Not as many Vikings. Nice EMPs though, very nice. EMPs pop up, one Colossus will go down. Oh god, the swipes were brutal. And Marines have to kite back. Once again, Foxer is holding. Foxer is holding on, getting another CC on location. Getting a 5th base. Again, for Perm, he still needs a little bit more time. Unfortunately, he's just been bleeding out a lot of Colossi, a lot of the high-tech units, and has been stuck on purely Colossus. Where's the Storm? Where are the Disruptors? Where's the third Robo? Alas, Perm, his Robo army, his splash damage has never really been able to build up over time. That's something that is hurting Perm quite a bit. Expensive losses. Despite his goals. Oh my god, gets a full medic, okay. Medic goes down. Foxer, he's just turtling up, he's maxing out. Getting another CC. And soon can start being active again. We're waiting for those Liberators. Almost there. Here once again does kite back. Oh, there's still 3 Colossus though. Yeah, and Perm is breaking through. Perm is breaking through. Breaks through the front lines. Once again, the EMPs are nice. Reinforcements are trickling in. Oh my god. 7 Marines go down to the Colossi. Brutal damage, but Marines, they do survive. Colossus, they overextend. They chase the Ghost. Yeah, so rough army control there from Perm, throwing away his Colossi. Ay, ay, ay. And we spoke about it every fight. He's just losing all 2, 3 Colossus time and time again. Just not able to retain the army. And I guess we'll do it again. We'll take we'll wind it back. As Foxer is going to be the first to max out this time. He'll be the first to max. Perm, he's pushing in once again. But his army is lacking. Likewise, there's been no run-bys, no counterattacks. These are orbitals, by the way. I mean, sure, the 4th base is a planetary, but the 5th and 6th, these are so vulnerable to run-bys and counterattacks. Alas, Perm, he has yet to go for any of that. Has not been one to harass, mainly just one to go for these one big fight. And that has been hurting him. Again, these bases can be punished. That is typically one of the strengths of this kind of army is its mobility when it comes to zealot run-bys, counterattacks, war prism harass as well. But instead, Perm has been attempting to brute force it and has been struggling. Foxer's maxed. Foxer is maxed out. Now is the time. This Fox just moving in. Yo, we got mass DT warping in. Let's go. He notices. He does notice. Likewise, drop top left. Go base goes down. I mean, this base doesn't really matter as much here for Perm. He's built up to 4 Colossus. Marines take it into the mineral line. They do force a recall. Recall of the portion of the main army. Perm only fighting with half his army. Uh-oh. Yeah, only half. Vikings, they just bully the Colossus. EMPs connect. Nice spread here by Foxer. Very nice. Does spread well. Ooh, does barely get the final Colossus. Vikings gets turned away. Drop back in top left. And Perm is being pulled apart. It cannot keep up. Center base we can take. Let's go. Takes the center base. Drop into the main. Morph in the planetary, pappy. Send it. As Foxer is going for the goal. Going for the goal base. Again, just keeps picking up, but Perm just kind of keep up with the drop play. Not like this. And he gets in. It gets into the mineral lines. Perm, he has no economy. He lost everything. 46 probes go down. Losing his 3rd, his 4th, his 5th. And just scanning, rechecking for bases, rechecking for the army. Does spot the main army moving out. Planetary's almost done. Let's go. Does more fin. And Liberation has arrived. The planetary should fall. It's trading. It's buying time. GG gets cold, and Foxtrot snowballs out of control. Will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Foxtrot. He will claim the series. Very impressive play here out of Foxtrot. Prome, a little bit tunnel visioning here. He did get away with his greed. I will say that. Like, he got away with his 4th base. He got away with his 5th base. For the most part, he did sustain some damage. It was 11 probes going down in the beginning, but he was able to build up quite an army. Unfortunately, as you mentioned here, he was very kind of one-track minded when it came to his attacks. There was no run-bys, counterattacks, war prism harass, or anything like that, anything of that nature, despite the fact that the bases of Foxtrot were quite vulnerable, and because it was all centralized in these one big fights, Foxtrot had a bit of an easier time dealing with that army, making use of his SCVs, his Sim City. Also had some very nice army control as well. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. With that, Foxtrot does advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, where are we dropping? Okay. As Foxtrot does advance on into the next round, where he's going to be going up against YoungYakov. Let's go. Just catching up. There's a buddy cam. Oh, there was a buddy cam. Did last a couple of days. Smurge, man. Smurge. Should be back soon, TM. One of these days, we'll be back. Unfortunately, I think after like 3 or 4 days, the bunny cam did meet its end, as it did fall into the water bowl. So feels bad, man. Feels bad. So there was once a bunny cam. Here we go. Here we go. We are getting ready here for our next series. It's going to be best of 3 between Foxtrot and YoungYakov. Let's go. As Foxtrot does advance on in the tournament, and we are going to be following him. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Zerg player. Oh, momento. Beautiful. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg himself. It is YoungYakov. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the yellow Terran player, with the yellow Terran himself. It is a Foxer. Este Foxer. Here we go. As we're jumping into our best of 3, we're jumping into our next matchup here, and this is going to be a much more difficult opponent for Foxtrot. YoungYakov, he is one of the up-and-coming stronger Zerg players in the European region. I think I would say that he's probably top 4 Zerg at the moment. Would I say top 4 or top 5? Of course, Alazer did step away. Alazer has been playing less and less StarCraft as of late. We've seen players like Wayne also step away and not be anywhere near as active as they used to be. I would typically say that Wayne would have been like, what, top 5 Zerg in Europe, but in recent times, I would say that YoungYakov has been looking to threaten, if not overtake Wayne, especially because Wayne has been less active. Meanwhile, YoungYakov has been on that grind. He's been on that grind, been competing a lot, competing and improving. So yeah, in the absence of Alazer, in the absence of Wayne, I guess I would say YoungYakov, yeah, top 4. Top 4. So I would even say he's maybe in one of the favorites to win the entire tournament here. I mean, there's a couple of big heavy hitters, right? Whether it's YoungYakov, whether it's Shameless, whether it's Percival as well. There are some big names in said tournaments that we are mainly looking at to go far. We'll see if Foxtrot can keep up. Oh, right. And if you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVZ. And so far we have our initial standard opener out of Foxtrot. Likewise, Hatchgas pull out of YoungYakov as well. Pulls out of gas, claiming his third base. Third is going to be delayed though. Oh, yeah, delayed third. Reaper's coming in, and the drone should be hunted down. Oh, gee, that was very close. That was very close, but the drone does fall. the Jigs map. Does attempt to, but nice pickoff. Behind this third CC for Starport. Economic follow-up here by Foxer. Does go for an economic build. As Lings to get across the map, they at least delay some mining. Delay, they deny. Oh. Catching an SCV. As Reaper's forced back home, YoungYakov does expand. And again, we'll see where our players are. Oh, God damn it. That is a second factory. My eyes did not deceive me. Foxer is going into mech. Oh boy. So we do have mech committed here from Foxer. We'll see what kind of mech he goes for. We have seen some success with more traditional forms of mech. We have seen some players make use of battle mech as well. There is a place for it, of course. As we have seen players like Ryung, and we have seen players like Clem slip into mech from time to time. But for now, the Hellions are amassing. And again, we're expecting Macfield accelerators. We'll keep an eye on Foxer. First wave of Hellions moving out. So far, YoungYakov is joining, saturating. Transferring over towards the third base. Hellions are denied. And I'm still waiting to see what is done with that tech lab. Oh, true. Nice use of the healing pad. Meanwhile, it's going to be a lair first out of YoungYakov. So let's go for the 4:30 lair timing. And it is not Macfield. We're going into Blue Flame. Interesting. Getting into Blue Flame. Yakov does slip in, does scout some more of the Hellions. Some of them were pulled away in time to hide them. But I'm curious if he did take notice. Just he saw. Yeah, he did see the move with the Overlord. He saw the excess of Hellions. He knows. And here comes Foxer. Blue Flame is only one even halfway done. He has to get past. Rushes past the Queens. Two of them do get caught up. Yeah, he gets choked up here, so two Hellions do fall. That is a big blow. Likewise, trying to get into the mineral line so far in Nice Sim City. Drones, they wall off, and we're not really getting much done here. Only 3 drones. Yeah, only 3 workers. Very nice defense here by YoungYakov. Very nice crisis management. As he barely loses anything. And it will clean up every single Hellion. Ay, ay, ay. Hellions that get cleaned up. There was so much potential with this. In the end, how many Hellions were down? 10 Hellions for 5 drones. And Foxer, he's lost map control. Behind this, he's getting into his own battle mech. There's Macfield. And after the initial defense, so we do see YoungYakov getting into roaches. So it's going to be Lingbane Roach Ravager. Here's the go-to. Hellion's going to try to move in. And so far, Yakov is keeping up. Blue from Hellions, they do get into the mineral line though. Up! Yeah, this time they get in. 5 drones, 6, getting up to 7, getting up to 8. So 8 drone kills. From here, he is going to be cornered though. Yeah, Yakov, he does flank. Does collapse in and cleans up the Hellions. But that's still 8 drone kills. A much better run by this time from Foxer. Still a little bit concerned though. Still concerned only because he's been throwing away a lot of units, a lot of Hellions. Yakov moving out. Getting ready for his own run by. As the Hellion harass continues. Like, no show is just going to try to rush into the middle line again. Okay, Jocelyn creep. Jocelyn creep. Things they move out, they do run into more Hellions. And he is going for it. Oh my god. Fox, he's an animal, but yeah, no, worth it. The problem here is you do get diminishing returns. Your first or second Hellion run bys have a lot of potential because they're a little bit more unexpected, but after a while, your opponent is going to get used to you. They're going to get accustomed. So that was a little more wasteful here from Foxer. As tanks are getting caught, Lings they peel off into the mineral line. That's some decent damage. Yeah, Foxer, he's racing back home, moves out of position. 10 SCV kills, 11. So 11 SCVs going down. Whereas Yakov, he's been able to join up to 92. His economy is now looking solid, and he's getting map control. So when it comes to mech, when it comes to this kind of style that we're seeing here out of Foxer, it should be about turtling up on 4 bases and maxing out. YoungYakov, it's going to be on him to be the first to max though, and to try to break one of these bases, to try to trade ahead of time. The last thing you want to do is be passive, be defensive, and allow the Terran player to max out with a superior army. So it's going to be on Foxer. Speaking of, sorry, it's going to be on YoungYakov, I meant to say. Speaking of Foxer, he does push out actually. Has to be careful. Posturing with his battle mech. Yakov working towards ultras. Got an interesting tech choice. Going for ultra tech. There's a roach run by, but there are plenty of tanks back at home. Spain 0 in. Roaches they attempt to flank. And ultra upgrades are coming. So we're just gonna wait, chill, wait for ultras. More workers out of Yakov. And here comes Foxer. He does max out. He goes for a mass on siege. Uh-oh. And no Vipers. Yeah, there's no... Oh, sorry. There are 2 Vipers coming in. Massive tank shots going off. And these blinding clouds are going to be crucial. Speaking of, covers 3 of the tanks. Does give chase. And still has some blinding clouds left over. Yeah, it does cover the tanks as well. Just barely. Oh my god. Most tanks get covered. Vipers pull away. And Yakov does take a better fight. Does take the fight. Oof. 20 more roaches in production. And Lings, they get across the map as well. This time there's a planetary, so Lings are going to find... Yeah, they cannot find any damage. Despite that, they do find some SCVs. And a Hellion. Even a Cyclone. Tanks are left on their own. Brutal losses. And the Vipers, I believe, did not survive. Ah, these are late. Yeah, late Vipers here. With the Vipers being so delayed, this army here is still looking terrifying. Folks are pushing in. Wings, they find some tanks. It doesn't kill any though. Doesn't kill any of the tanks. Ultras have arrived. And the tanks are on their own. Where are the Hellions? Yeah, the Hellions are out of position. Without Hellion support, these tanks are falling. That's what, 5, 6, 7 tank kills. Ay, ay, ay. And again, these are expensive losses. Yakov rebuilding, remaxing with Ling Ultra. Space is buying time. Oh, gets a couple of queens. Queens are going down. And the tank spread here, I mean, is spread a little bit thin. Lings, they catch more reinforcements. Ooh, and the Cyclones get caught out. Yeah, brutal connections. Cyclones get caught. Blinding Clouds on the tanks. There's one Blinding Cloud left. Ah, not even. But the Ultras, they hold their own. They hold their own. They break through the tank line. Every tank falls. And with a YoungYakov, he's snowballing out of control. He can chase. He has enough Ultras. Can't give chase. Taking down another tank. Yeah, barely do. I mean, these were expensive lot trades here for YoungYakov, losing a lot of Ultras as well. So not the cleanest trades. But something that we've seen, this is the 4th time at this point, Ling Rumbai. Ling Rumbai is in countertanks. They're keeping Foxer busy. Yakov is remaxing. And this time with this push, he should be able to break one of the bases. Behind this going into Hydras. Okay. Hydras on the way. Blinding Cloud on the tanks. A bit of an awkward trade here. The Ultra does not get into the mineral line. Likewise, this run by can only really run into planetaries. Fox is remaxing. As Ultras, they tend to break through. Gee, they run into a wall of tanks, though. Respect the tank line back. As Yakov, he's headed towards the mineral line. Banelings are catching the Hellbats mainly. Lings, they try to bust in. And hey, they're finding some damage. Okay. So decent damage. You get a full surround as well. And the planetary does fall. Not bad. Taste on the planetary. I'll be honest, I didn't think he could. Foxtree's committed. How many Vipers? 2. Still 2 Vipers. Still diving in. Oh, the Ultras are low. Oh my god. the unsieged tanks, they pop up. They're crazy. Nice Blinding Cloud. And very nice towards the end. Efficient trades. Once again, Folksher, he's having a hard time replacing this army. Having a very hard time replacing. As we just rally here, we're just rallying in, and with that, YoungYakov, he has done it. He covers the army, looking down the tanks. There's got one tank left. What a last, Pappy. Oof. And he breaks through. He breaks through into the mineral line. There's barely an army standing. Yakov is still rallying, getting into mass infestor, actually. Interesting. 9 more infestors on the way. Taking up into more infestors, into more Ling Ultra. Get ready for those fungals. I believe I'm sorry, I was gonna say he didn't research. Neural is done. Neural is ready. And again, Foxtree, he can't max out at this point. Cannot max. The Ultras have a harder time moving in. Playing on the tanks. Does catch 3 more of them. Oh, going for the abductions as well. Let's go for the abductions. We have the infestors burrowing in. Here come the Neurals. Let's go. Yeah, a bit of an awkward neural, but there we go. Catching out a Hellion, catching out a tank. Looking to end it with style. Let's go. Oh, the neurals. And with that, Yakov, he has done it. Breaks the natural, pushing into the main. Ah, no. Maybe not the best use of neural, but it's fine. Do what he wants. She says, does he have micro bush out? He does not. He does not. GG gets called, and YoungYakov takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG well played. Again, a very intense game here out of Yakov and Foxer. We saw Foxer was able to eventually stabilize and max out, but took some really rough fights. Something that Foxer was really lacking, if you notice, was anti-air. Vipers were the MVPs. Time and time again, we saw some crazy blinding clouds out of YoungYakov, and Foxer, he never really did incorporate any Thors himself or any Vikings himself either. So anti-air was very limited, and there was very little to really threaten the Vipers of YoungYakov. Likewise, we were also praising the run-bys. We saw a lot of Ling run-bys, a lot of Ling counterattacks which were finding a lot of damage. Not just that, but we're distracting Foxer from the main fights, and at times was allowing YoungYakov to actually take better trades. GG. GG well played. With that, we're getting to our next game. Going to be loading into game number 2. Let's go. We're loading into game 2 and spawning in the top side of Sandworm. We have the yellow Terran player, the yellow Terran himself, the American Terran. It is Foxer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player leading the series 1-0. It is YoungYakov. Here we go. As we are loading into one of the older TLMC 20 maps. Bearing in mind that OSC events, they do have a custom map pool, and they are incorporating some of the otherwise underutilized maps. We had a lot of fun times with Sandworm. Have featured it quite a bit, despite the fact that it did not make it to the ladder. For those who are curious, it does have a shorter rush distance by ground. There is the forward third base, which is a gold that is covered by rocks. You can knock down the rocks, you can open up the base and take that third. It is a relatively defendable third base just because of the terrain. You can see here we have rocks rolling off the top side. We have the dragon's teeth in the center. We have the cones that do also make it all good to move out and engage. So we do often see a lot of players actually take the gold base relatively early as a third or as a fourth expansion. But we'll see if we can get there. So now we're going to be opening up. Foxer did incorporate mech last game. We'll see if he goes into mech again. We'll see. Also, I do apologize, but it happened during the finale of that game. But thank you so much to YoungYakov. Sorry, I didn't notice the notification. My apologies. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome, bienvenidos, one and all, as we are getting into our second game. Why using these other maps? The OSC tournaments do feature an extended, or I should say a custom map pool. Basically, players vote on what maps to add. So Sandworm was voted by the players to be a part of this season of OSC. I say players, casters also vote as well. I think I did vote for Sandworm, I think. So we have extra maps in the map pool. And that's applicable to OSC Rising Star tournaments. That's applicable to the OSC mid-season playoffs, OSC King of the Hill, OSC Masters Cups, all the OSC events. They all incorporate the extended map pool for the season, and then every season they vote. They vote on new maps. But again, for those that maybe haven't seen Sandworm has been around for quite some time. Was a part of the last TLMC tournament, the last TLMC Team Liquid map contest, I should say. And we incorporated this into our tournaments for a while. So did Wardy, so did the Monday Night Weeklies. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it into the ladder map pool. Didn't quite make the cut. But was a lot of fun. As we're going for quite a big investment into this Ling run by. Let's go. Lings, they do surpass. They surpass the Hellions. They're headed for the natural. 2 Hellions are just about to pop out. Yeah, they just barely pop out. But Lings, they peel off. Yeah, they peel off into the mineral line. Foxer's out of position. He's racing back home. SCVs are going down. Brutal damage. Helly got surrounded. Yeah, he lost one. There's one Helly. Oh, sorry. The Hellions, they do get hit. They do get in. They do back off. One Helly gets caught. Just the one. And Foxer, he will defend, but that's still going to be 7 SCV kills. Ay. That should not have happened, and YoungYakov does start things off with a lead. Now there's a lot of pressure here on Foxer to find some counter damage. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC before Starport, so he went for an economic build. Banshee's going to be on the way. More Hellions are amassing as well, and there's a lot of pressure here on Foxer to get some counter damage. He's gearing up. Is going to be Lair first out of YoungYakov, going Lair before Evo Chambers and before Baneling Nest, or before Tech. As you can see here, these coins in the center, they do obstruct some movement, depending on the size of the unit. So Hellions can't move through them, but Reapers, Marines, and Lings can. So that does depend on the size. As you can see, these are more restrictive than the squares on Neo Violet Square, which have a little bit more space in between them. But otherwise, YoungYakov was going for his gold, taking it as his 4th. Baneling Nest is on the way. Getting into Ling Bane. Likewise, Foxer also getting to buy this time non-mech. Checking Yakov's vision. It doesn't quite confirm.
Creep tumor under attack.
She gets in. So we do see Foxer working towards that mineral line. He wants those drones. He wants them. Doesn't quite make it in though. Yeah, not quite. Queen does go down. Yeah, late rotation with the other queens. Busy with the Banshees. Foxer backs off. Yeah, Backs off. YoungYakov now able to join up. Maybe the goal base is going to be a big power spike here for Yakov. Foxer cannot just let it get up and running. The knockdown. Okay, we're building up that Ling Vein. Foxer, I mean, by now he should be pushing, but everything was slightly delayed here. Medevacs are just now popping out. And Foxer, he needs to be active. He needs to apply some pressure. Gets a couple of tumors. Get a couple. Now being zoned away. Now he's zoned back. YoungYakov now can embrace the goal base, so he should be the first to max. So 83 drones. There's a transfer. Get into Ling Vein Hydra. And this is why I'm concerned for Foxer. If he doesn't find any damage soon, then YoungYakov is just going to start light control. Speaking of, does move in. Nice actual turn the Banelings. And nice target firing. So a lot of Banelings going down, but he still gets it. Oh, no! He still gets in! Oh my god, massive connections! 20 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Again, very nice target firing out of Foxer, but he only had the one tank. So despite his shots, didn't stop all the Banelings. Ay, ay, ay. Now, thankfully, that does mean that there are less Banelings to defend, but they just finished morphing in. He's on creep. Oh. Yeah, he's deep on creep. Banelings, they crash in. Oof. They chase back the Marines. And Yakov, he will shut this down. He has his queens to support as well. It's a lot of queens. Bit of transfuse. Oh, Yakov. Overextending for a moment. Trying to stay out of range of the tank. He's just going to chase. Okay, he's chasing on in. Banelings do connect. Tank goes down. And still getting a little bit messy towards the end here, but Yakov, he's still just rallying. As again, his economy is looking solid. Foxer just had a shaky start. It all began with the 7 SCVs going down to the Ling Rumbai. It was a really shaky start. And it meant that everything was delayed. It wasn't just that, it was two things compounding on each other. One, it was the Ling Rumbai. Two, it was the goal base. So Foxer was behind, stayed behind. The Ling Rumbai didn't help. Alright, now we're collapsing the army. Oof. Catching our Marines. This goal base should never get up and running. And Yakov, he can chase up the ramp. Oof. Mine shots going off. Banelings, they get into the mineral line. Marines being shut down. Oh! Oh my god. Mine shot doesn't quite connect. It doesn't quite go off. Nice spread. We can see the SCVs spreading as best they can. Banelings are preserved. And Fox is just scanning. He's scanning to see. He's looking at the economy, looking at the bases. He knows. He knows. And again, it was great to see a little bit more diversity out of Foxer. Like, to see mech in one game, but then fire the other. Unfortunately, again, for game 2, it was just a really rocky start. Game 1 was more back and forth, for sure. It was much more back and forth. Oh, God. Spaniards crash in. They break through the wall. GG. And with that YoungYakov, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Yakov. He will advance on into the next round. But bearing in mind, this is a double elimination tournament. So Prome, he got knocked out earlier. Foxer got knocked down here as well. But they are still in the tournament. They still have a chance to redeem themselves to bounce back. So GG. GG, well played. Again, Foxer and Prome, they're going to be knocked down to the lower brackets. YoungYakov will advance on into, I believe, the round of 16, if not the quarterfinals. Not the quarterfinals. So GG, well played. With that, we are now getting ready for our next set of matches here. Again, we have a best of 3s tonight. We have a best of 3s to cover tonight. So there's going to be a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft. Winding it back for those that maybe haven't tuned into this event before, this is day number 2. This is a multi-month long tournament. It typically does take around like 2 months to wrap up and to cover, sometimes a little bit longer. There's a lot of matches. There's a lot of StarCraft to get into. Actually, we can very quickly head on over here. Can we head on over to the bracket to catch up on our matches? Un momento. Also, just realized we weren't actually on TL. It's my bad. Here we go. Bam, beautiful. Okay, so from the top here, we do have our round of 16 brackets. So there's a lot of matches to go into, a lot of matches to cover. We just casted, of course, Foxer versus Prome. Foxer beat Prome. Foxer did make it here to play off against YoungYakov, and YoungYakov, he just beat Foxer to advance on to the upper bracket round of 8. Upper bracket quarterfinals. So YoungYakov is advanced on. He's still waiting for his next set of opponents. We have Ledlix versus Mute. We have Percival versus Sabestus. We have Rebellion versus Hydra. Jimmy versus Art. Bappy versus Demi. Shameless versus UED Soldier. Still a lot of games to cover. And as you can see here, lower bracket as well. There's the lower bracket. And again, it's typically covered by a lot of casters. There's ourselves, Steadfast. In future days, we might see Chicken Man or Dave Testa or Wardy. Typically, whatever community casters are available do cover this event. We are here covering day number 2. And again, there's a lot of these matches to get into. Even as we speak, we're getting ready for our 3rd series of the broadcast. We're getting ready for BabyMarine versus Mindle VK. The winner of the series does advance on to play off against Nicaract in the next round. So our attention is focused here in the lower portion of the bracket. And again, every game is casted. Every series is casted. Bear that in mind. That's why the event typically lasts like around 2 months. Sometimes a little bit more, as it takes a long time to cover everything. And players, they have time to prepare ahead of time, of course. Do you have time to prepare? When I say time, I mean like a week, maybe. But here we go. Here we go. We are loading into our next series. We're loading into our next best of 3. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Leylines, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is BabyMarine. We go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, BabyMarine, I would typically favor against Mindle VK, but I will say that BabyMarine has been less active. He's been less active in recent months, so we have seen a little bit less and less of BabyMarine as of late. Meanwhile, MinoVK, he has taken more of a content creator role. If you've been following MinoVK over the past year of play, you would know that he's been hosting a lot of tournaments. He's been hosting a lot of tournaments, running a lot of tournaments, he's been casting a lot as well, and putting a lot of emphasis on streaming and content creation, doing a little like 2v2 tournaments and 2v2 runs, and likewise streaming a lot with Bratok as well. So again, he's been focusing on other parts of his career outside of just competing in StarCraft, and has been quite successful in that as well. Which technically should be on Streamer Zone, true. Aye, aye, aye. For now, the economic opener, ranks expand. Going for his economic start. As we're selling it at, BabyMarine being hyper greedy here. Okay, that's a ranks expand straight into 3rd CC. So it's going to be 3 CC, 3 ranks out of BabyMarine, hyper greed out of our Italian Terran, and the pressure is going to be on MinoVK to scout and to punish. Otherwise, at BabyMarine, he will snowball out of control. Like, this does very quickly snowball out of control once you get your 3rd base up and running. So running it back here, how does this build work? Well, with a faster 3rd CC, you're able to saturate on 2 bases faster as well, as you're making 3 SCVs at a time, and also take and saturate your 3rd base even faster as well. If you can get away with fast 3-base saturation, then you will have a massive supply lead coming into the mid game. It translates into that larger army, into that stronger force, and then you can just overwhelm your opponent. So this is a very cheeky build. If you recall, Björn is very fond of this. Björn is very fond of mixing this in every now and then. We'll see if MinoVK can scout in time and try to apply that pressure and try to punish the Terran. So the pressure's on MinoVK. For now, is going for a Twilight Council with the blink. Going for a 2nd gateway. And so far, no sentry. So no sentry. We are lacking some scouting information. Getting his robo, which means he may not actually move out until he gets his observer. If that's the case, it's going to be a late scout. Oh boy. Yeah, 2-gate. So 2-gate blink into a 2-gate blink into a 3rd base. So this is a relatively greedy build out of MinoVK. BabyMarine, of course, still has the greedier build. It's still being more economic and cutting more corners, but MinoVK is not too far behind when it comes to his own economic play, considering he's doing it blind. But this does mean that MinoVK will not punish BabyMarine. He will not be able to punish. Double E. Going for double E-bays, getting to his own stim timing. Marines are amassing. Oh boy. As BabyMarine, he does sneak out across the map. Okay. Does sneak out. From here, he can get into a mineral line. He scans. He sees workers are transferring. There's not many probes. Pulls away. Does pull away for the time being. I mean, there is potential if he does hit that mineral line. It's getting saturated. So he's missing an opportunity. Does miss that opportunity. He pulls back home. Observer scouts the timing of the third CC. MinoVK, he knows. He now knows that something is wrong. You can see instantly he tries to react. Gets spotted. Gets caught. Yeah, it does get caught out. So far, BabyMarine is holding onto that stem. He gets one stalker. First factory's on the way. 2 more Raxes. 5 rack setup. Nope. A nice control. BabyMarine, he controls well. Yeah, it's a bit of a case. So rallying behind this is lacking splash damage. He does have blink, does have charge, getting ready for his own warp in and potential harass into the main. But we'll see if he can break through. The turret's already. Prism is deflected. Observer spots the spots the observer. Este BabyMarine. That's a lot of zealots though. Yeah, a lot of charges are coming in. MinoVK going for the surround, collapsing in the army. Marauders are caught out. Yeah, massive because here Marauders are going down. Miscontrolled there by BabyMarine. He'll lose every single Marauder. And MinoVK, has he done it? Blinks in. Yeah, barely blinks in. Boys are being pulled. The Marines hold. Yeah, the Marines hold. The blink is punished. And BabyMarine, he should shut this down. Oh, I say that. Zealots, they're reinforcing. BabyMarine, he abandons the third. And then the other third base was punished. 14 SCV kills. Warping into the main. The warp-in is denied. Just barely. And MinoVK just getting a little bit too cavalier. Hey, if he had that warp-in here instead, I mean, he could just keep fighting. So he does kite away. And BabyMarine barely holds on. Barely holds on, barely survives. MinoVK, though, he's late to get a fourth base. The intention here was to end the game. He fails to do so. The matches are brutal. Mind connections. And BabyMarine now has the advantage. What's scary is that BabyMarine, he lost 15 SCVs. He's still ahead economically. Like, he still has more workers, still ahead economically. This shows the power of the 3CC, and it shows just it was able to pay for itself. It was able to influence this game. And it's allowed BabyMarine to retain, to build up his army, and to punish this. MinoVK is late, his fourth base is late. And I have to give the issue to BabyMarine. What do we have? A double forge on the way, double upgrades. As I mentioned before, that push from MinoVK had to end the game. It had to kill, and it fails to do so. He was all in. Now he's stuck on 0-0 upgrades. 2-2 is about to begin. It's going to be a massive upgrade lead here for BabyMarine. Oh, nice counterattack though. As BabyMarine moves out, MinoVK moves in. Terran has to turn back around. Warp Prism into the main. Warping does complete. He's late to react here, late to pull back home. And damage is being done. 10 SCV kills. Sentries are on their own though. Oh. Now who gets caught out? Tiles land in the EMP, and BabyMarine, he will still win this fight. Yeah, the head-on engagement, you have to pay for the Terran here. Takes down almost, it takes down every single sentry. Sentry sniped. Oh no! Oof. Prism goes down. And now here comes a counterattack. And BabyMarine has a massive supply lead, a massive army supply lead. We got Zealots back at home. Again, no Storm, no Colossus, no Disruptors, no splash damage. Just Zealot. That's not good enough. especially not 0-0 zealots. A nice pickup. Mine shots going off. BabyMarine stepping in. Force fields, they try to choke off the army, but he's done it. At this point, he's done it. Star step in, it's almost out of control. GG gets called, and BabyMarine, he'll take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, BabyMarine, he got away with a very greedy build at the start of the game, going 3 CC, 3 racks. With that, he had a massive economic lead as we try to emphasize the push at the all-in at the third base. Even though we killed the mineral line, we saw the BabyMarine, he was still ahead. He was still ahead economically, still had the better army. Of course, had the better upgrades as well as he was building up towards a longer game. And Minivik was all in. He was meant to kill his opponents, and he failed to do so. GG. GG, well played. BabyMarine takes the lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Ancient Cistern, one of the older maps in the map pool. It has been a while. As we mentioned previously, maps were voted on to be added to the map pool, and this is one of them for this tournament, for the OSC tournaments for the season. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself. Down in the series, it is Mindel VK. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Streamer Zone. It is BabyMarine. Here we go. We get into game 2, and welcome on to Ancient Cistern. Ancient Cistern is one of the older maps in the map pool. It has been quite some time since it's been in the tournament map pool. I want to say, was it like 2022-ish? Like around 2022 era of StarCraft. It's been a couple of years, but welcome back. Welcome back. I still remember Dark being in the meta here, going into Mass Ultra against Protoss time and time again. Part of the reason why that was more viable was because of how large the map is as well. Massive map, longer rush distance by ground, relatively open in the center, especially once you knock down the rocks. So we saw a lot of engagements in the center. We also saw a lot of long and later games as well, cutting the map in half, taking your own half of the map instead, and slowing the game down. Just double checking, this was 2023 actually. Okay, so slightly more recent. 2023. Only 2 years ago, Pat. Oh. As from here, we are going to be opening up. Economic opener, racks expand, and I can't imagine that BabyMarine will go for the same build twice in a row. It was quite successful, that is true, but again, you typically don't want to rely on the same builds too often in the series, as your opponent most likely is going to be adapting to you and adjusting, and likewise improving throughout the course of the series. Yeah, so now it's going to be the Twilight Council doubling from Minivik. Behind this, factory is on the way, so we are not going for the same build. We have a factory. It's crazy. And it's getting to zone 111. Likewise, we'll keep an eye on the gateway count. Now, because this map is so large, it would make sense for Minivik to go for a faster base, to go for a lower gateway count initially, to go for something more economic, to go 2 gate blink. We saw it last game on ley lines. We could see it here as well. For sure. It's more on a BabyMarine instead. So you did adjust. Here we go. We do have one gateway in the main base, one gateway with the natural, so 2 gate blink into a third. The Reaper will delay though. Nice snipe. BabyMarine, he does delay the third. Last is still on the way. And we're getting into our bio setup. So far looks pretty standard here, going from 111 into 3cc, sorry, 3max. So the 3x follow-up or setup. We do have the tech lab on this starport, so from here we can go into Banshee play, we can go into Raven Harass. The answer is Raven Harass. Okay, so wouldn't mind dropping to Ravens. We'll see what he can get done. BabyMarine is moving out. Behind this gateway setup, similar to last game, very similar. Except this time we have a forge, we have upgrades. My job comes in, Midway does pull away. Oof, we'll lose 2 probes and a stalker. Oh no, he's lighting up! Jesus, that was so close. Calm down, calm down. Decent mine connection at the natural base. Here in the main base, thankfully the Widow Mine did full and Midway does defend. Overall he defends. Bay's on the way, working towards Colossus, so it's going to be again the gateway set up into Colossus into +1. We're building up into the mid game, so this is less aggressive than last game, which makes sense as we are on a larger map. So we're calming down. From here we're calming down. Raven Harasses still has potential, true. Not pulling back. 3rd CC, and we are just getting into a longer game here. So we're both getting into 3rd bases, we're building up into that mid game. Again, on Ancients' turn, it was known for longer games anyway. Again, longer rushes by ground, larger center of the map. Time to settle in. Oh boy. I'm curious to see if BabyMarine he's one to adopt like the latest meta of TVP. For those that are curious, especially with Clem recently speaking on it. I mean, Beyond's always been on it, but Clem has recently been adapting to it as well. If you've been noticing, Bunny likewise has been looking quite similar. Not just Bunny, there's another that catches my mind, Percival as well. So Bunny, Percival, Beyond, Clem. Basically, once we get to 3 bases, it has been a lot more common for Terran players to start to turtle up and to be more defensive, to get up to slowly 3, then 4, then 5 bases, maxed out, and be the defender and just turtle and wait for the Protoss to come to the Terran instead. It has been a lot more meta. It has been catching on more as well. We'll see if BabyMarine is also one to do so. For now, is at least going for drop play. The rationale for that is that once you do get into the mid game, it is easier to take a bad fight. It's just easier to take a bad fight. It's easy to mess up and be punished by the Protoss. So a lot of Terran players have just accepted that it's like not worth it necessarily, and it's better to just be more defensive and perfect your army instead. That at least has been the rationale and the thought process in recent weeks. As Marines, they stem in. They stem in. Midway is in position. He will shut this down. And nice cleanup. Nice cleanup by the middle. BabyMarine, he's committing here to a second push. Midway is in position. And BabyMarine does pull away. Pulls back. Thankfully, he didn't really lose much. He lost some Marines in the main base. He lost 1 medevac, but only 1 medevac. And here comes the Ghost Academy, a 2nd starport. This should be for Viking production, for mass Vikings, for Ghosts. And BabyMarine, he should stay at home until he at least builds up his Ghost and Viking count. So BabyMarine, he's taking a more defensive stance. BabyMarine should be able to mass expand. Getting his 4th base, saturating, and looking to max out. Again, while the Terran is defending, it's on the Protoss to take advantage of that and take more bases, build up their economy. Nice Raven harass. Gets 5 probes. 7 probes. Jesus. 7 probes go down. Nice flyby. Once again, we're still building up our armies. 4th CC is on the way. Turrets as well. We should soon be seeing sensor towers. BabyMarine is going to be the first to push, and we'll see if BabyMarine can weather the storm. We'll see if he can hold here against this. He has some decent SimCity. The Ghosts are behind this. They have their EMPs. But here comes BabyMarine. The army a little bit late to react. Decent EMPs. He does double some EMPs. They'll say make it through. Not quite through. Nice kiting here by BabyMarine. So far he's holding on. So far he's holding on. But there's a large opening here. Minnowi's tempted. Oh, Jesus. Calm down. As Minnow pulls away, Storm has begun, so Storm is on the way, +3. Dark Shrine as well, and BabyMarine does claim his 4th. Now, I will say, especially because this map is a little bit larger, it is going to be quite important for sensor towers to be thrown down. There we go, sensor towers on the way. Just because rotations are going to be crucial to make sure that BabyMarine keeps up with the movements of BabyMarine. Turtling and defending, especially on these larger maps, not the most easy thing to do. So BabyMarine, he does pull back. Both armies are maxing out. Bearing in mind that just because we're maxed doesn't mean like the army is ideal. Here we still have 2-2 on the way for BabyMarine. His upgrades are lacking. Sensor towers are finishing. We're still lacking SimCity as well. There we go. Speaking of, Zip on queue. Depots, bunkers, turrets, more CCs, planetaries. There we go. BabyMarine is turtling up, and we have the fusion core on the way. So yes, we are just focusing on turtling. Building up back at home. It is dangerous for BabyMarine to move out like this. It's got to calm down. Spot on the sensor tower. Late reaction. Late reaction out of BabyMarine. Cancel the CC. The space is vulnerable. Storms are coming in. BabyMarine is going for it. That's EP. Gets the High Templar. Denies any storm. And no storms are available. He wants a Colossus. Gets 1. Gets all 3. Oh, not quite. Close though. Yeah, there we go. He gets all 3 Colossus. Very nice pickups. And BabyMarine, he has momentum. Now's the time. There's limited. There's what, 1 storm? There's 1 storm, no Colossus. This is it. BabyMarine, he pulls away. Again, there's almost no splash damage here. This is his timing. BabyMarine, he pulls back. He's waiting for 2-2. Waiting for his upgrades. That means there's more storms. And now there are more storms available. BabyMarine has to pull away. Oh. EMP's coming in for a flank. Once again, nice EMPs. Ah, but there's still some storms. Same time, DT run by here towards the south side. Does get into the middle line. Getting into the tank as well. Oof. Yeah, tank goes down. SCV's likewise going to be falling. Brutal damage. Main army's moving in. BabyMarine getting distracted. Here come those storms. As we've yet to land one. Storm zones. 11 SCV kills. Which has it, the Raven. Been getting damage over time. It has been getting there. Jesus. that's a lot of Dark Templar. GG Harass coming in. Ooh, doesn't quite get the CC. Does catch fire though. No sensor tower. Late to be rebuilt. Still the sympathy here is lacking. But Liberation has arrived. Using it in. Nice EMPs. And once again, we're still a decent storm. I'm gonna say we're still waiting for the storms. Decent connection until Rumble goes in once again. Planetary is denied. And BabyMarine, he's spreading himself thin. And he still wasn't set up here. Sensor tower goes down once again. Still attempting to expand. Blinks in, gets one, gets 2 Liberators. How many do we have? 8. Oh my god. that's a little that's a little liberation. It's a lot of freedom. You know, Min also taking all the other bases. I feel like behind this he could be a little bit greedier. He could take every nexus, every base on the map. Should have a nexus. Otherwise transferring. Saturating. Soon BabyMarine can start to move out. We mentioned earlier that his role should just be to turtle and defend until he perfects his army. He's getting there, right? We have what, 11 Vikings, 7 Liberators. The ghost count is a little bit low. Nukes are on the way. High Templar gets caught out. So lands a storm. At the same time, BabyMarine, he does get across the map. Notification pushing in. Going for the planetary. So far, nice storm. Planetary goes down. BabyMarine, he was out of position. It does catch out some of these stalkers. Colossus as well. BabyMarine finding a lot of damage here. Yeah, he stims on in, stims forward, takes down the Immortal, takes down all the stalkers. Massive win here for BabyMarine. He needs to keep going. He needs to keep pushing. Just won a big fight. And he needs to take down at least top left, but he doesn't know. He pulls back home. He pulls back to defend. And the middle VK, he'll remax. He'll rebuild, he'll remax. Taking more expansions. Oh, Raven finally goes down. Takes on the Raven. Let's go. Behind this is going for the nuke. The armies, they almost pass by each other. Almost. Doesn't notice the nuke. Up, oh, it's gonna land. Not bad. 14 probes. 14 probes go down. Armies are still maxed. We'll come down to this fight. DTs are coming in for the orbital. Middle doors going forward. Storms behind the army. Oh, he's rushing through the storms. Oh my god. And Mimikay is cornered. Base goes down. At the same time, he loses his own mineral line. I guess there's some of the SCVs, but this is going to be a big loss here for Mimikay. He will lose everything. The Zelts are thrown away. The DTs are thrown away as well. Will snipe the Ghost Academy. Yeah, Academy does fall. But once again, a really rough fight here for Mimikay. And once again, now's the time to counterattack. Este BabyMarine. Adds into the main. Army does push. Now what's scary here is that BabyMarine, he's pushing with half his army. The other half is back at home. So he's got to calm down. If we can bring everything together, then BabyMarine, he can win this fight. Has to consolidate. Oh. Looks like there was a bit of a pause. As BabyMarine is rotating. Oh, catching out two of those Liberators. Does get two. BabyMarine turns back around. The Planetary will fall. Shows the storms. Oh, the storms are lackluster. The High Templar gets sniped. There's one Templar left. Oh, two. Very nice EMPs. Once again, there's no major storms. BabyMarine is moving in. Mass liberation. And Mendo again, he should not get away. As Colossus are falling. Does take a storm to the face. But yeah, there's almost nothing left here. Again, what was it, like 3 rough fights in a row for Middle VK, 3 major rough fights. BabyMarine chasing. Meanwhile, oh my god, other reinforcements get caught out. Crazy. DCs are popping off. DCs do pop off. BabyMarine looks like he did run into the Colossus. BabyMarine is in trouble. He doesn't really have much of an economy. He's down to 1 base saturation. CC is going to go down. Uh-oh. He's got 16 Liberators. Another orbital. Catches fire. Flicks in, Jesus. Almost takes on the CC. And once again, we're going to be trading bases. We have MinOK pushing towards the bottom side. BabyMarine pushing towards top side. Yeah, this orbital will not get away. It shouldn't get away. Takes down the CC. BabyMarine, he's running out of bases. He's running out of money. BabyMarine still has center, top center and top left. As they'll say, dive on the army as well. They're buying time, and BabyMarine turns around, he races back home. And BabyMarine, he's broke. Like, he's straight up, he has no money, papi. He has one patch at his third base. He's got a handful of SCVs here at his fresh base on the left-hand side. And that's where BabyMarine is headed. BabyMarine, he has to fight. He has to try to take a stand. Brutal storm. Oh my god. Liberators, they stack on the storms. You can see how low the Liberators are now. And we may just come into the base trade. Oh, no. Okay, turns around as well. Turns around to defend. The DTs, they hit the mining base of BabyMarine. Scans are also limited. True. Scans are limited. Mass siege in the main base. And we're going for the base trade. Yeah, we commit to the base trade here. And the problem is that there aren't many bases to trade. Like, this is it. These are the buildings for BabyMarine. He's got like a stray gas geyser here and there. He's got an orbital that's lifted. Like, there are just so many buildings and so many bases here for him in VK. And he can always recall. He can always recall. Catching more reinforcements. Goes to the Great Migration. And Mindle, he's fine. Like, he... I mean, he's losing all of his production, true. The lack of gateways is concerning. Likewise, Minivacate supply blocked. But the Maxes are being hunted down. And again, Minivacate, he's in no real danger here. He can always recall. It's so brutal trying to base trade a Protoss. As I can just race back home. Yeah, DT is a big factor as well. Scans are very limited. And GG gets called. MinoVK will tie the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, BabyMarine, he had some really nice fights. He was able to dominate, what, like 2-3 fights, almost consecutively 2 major fights, I should say, plummeting MinoVK's army supply. But we saw that BabyMarine, he never chased, he never capitalized on those advantages, which allowed MinoVK to rebuild, to remax, and to replenish his army. BabyMarine, he was unable to keep up over time. He was bleeding out too many bases himself. He had a really hard time turtling up and defending. Like, again, he was spread very thin, and he never really quite got his SimCity that he needed to defend those fringe bases. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth. We're getting into the game number 3, getting into the ace match. Let's go. Loading into the ace match. And they're gonna crazy back and forth. And now we find ourselves in game number 3, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss Assassin Gaming, tying up the series 1-1. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Terran player. We have the Italian Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is BabyMarine. Here we go. As we're getting into game number 3, we're getting into the ace match. Max is throwing down back at home. Hello, Mr. SCV. Going for the eBay block. Okay, So he does avoid the main scouting path. He does hug the edge of the map instead, and will be able to sneak up on said natural. So a cheeky start here for BabyMarine. The eBay is going to be thrown down, and we'll see how long it takes for MinoVK to realize what's going on. As if this eBay gets too much progression on it, then MinoVK will be forced to expand elsewhere. Does scout the low ground. And yeah, forced to take the unnatural natural. Ay, ay, ay. We'll take the Nexus. With this position, BabyMarine can punish. He can now punish this just because now there's a big area here in between the bases that can be abused. BabyMarine, does he go for the CC? Does he go for the factory? We have the answer. It is going to be the CC. Okay, so economic follow-up. He's not rushing into the factory. He's not rushing into Hellions. Here we go. As the eBay still has plenty of progression. With this, Reaper can poke in. We do have the standard follow-up here, and we'll keep an eye on BabyMarine. I mean, we're loading into Incorporeal. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool, so we don't really expect to see too much aggression early on here. Since we have more games after this, yes, we do have 8 best of 3 scheduled. And this is the 3rd one, so there's plenty more, plenty more. Vámonos. So we have our 1-1-1. Tech Lab is on the way, most likely for add-on swap. And from here, last game, we did see a lot of very nice Raven harass out of BabyMarine. So we'll see if we can go into that again. Otherwise, we could see Banshees instead. So just setting up the YouTube title. Beautiful. Behind this, no add-on swap. Okay, no add-on swap. He's going for the Widowmine drop. So Widowmine drop opener initially here by our Terran. Getting into potentially early stim. He actually goes for a more committed mine drop. Okay, getting up to 4. So 4 Widow mines across the map, but very committed. Behind this, getting to his own fire. There's the add-on swap, getting to reactive marine production. So we're building up. Likewise, MinoVK did go for a greedier build himself. I say greedier build. He went 3 gate blink, safe build into a 3rd base. So he's warping in more stalkers. Does have plenty of units here in his main base and at his natural. So again, playing very safe. Don't blame him. And we'll see how he reacts to the mine drop. As Widow Mines, they dive in. Stalkers do respond. Or Widow Mines do borrow. Oh my god, probes going up. Hellions, they do keep up as well. No, it comes back too soon. 13 probes going down. A crazy damage. The medevac will barely not get away. Oh my god, does not get away. And we have a back and forth. 13 probe kills. That's a lot of economic damage. At the same time, did lose every single Widow Mine, medevac, and Hellion as well. So we did have quite a trade. Oh. Yeah, quite a trade here. I mean, in the end, Widow Mines don't really scale too well into the mid game, not in this kind of position here, neither do the Hellions. So overall, I would say slightly better here for the Terran. So we're getting a 3rd TC, landing our 3rd base. We're selling it. Ooh, crazy link. Blinks in, takes down the tank. Late reaction here by BabyMarine. Unfortunately, he does not have stim. Yeah, no stim, no punish. MiddleVK just having his way with the natural. Nice damage. Trades well against the Marines. That's a lot of Marines going down. So that was seven Marines for 2 Stalkers, a tank as well. So better trades for Mindle. And this going for the Bay. Going for Colossus production. As he goes to the dive, tells a nice stim, very nice pickup here by MiddleVK. So big delay on stim. Likewise snipes in order, blinks away, doesn't lose anything except for the observer. Slipping in. Does red in the main. Ideally, you do want to do this as the army moves out. Unfortunately, I believe he's within vision. Yeah, BabyMarine, he spots this. He reacts. He reacts to the drop. Stalkers, there's no opening. And Zealots, they don't get much done. They kill 1 SCV. So a little bit mistimed here from MiddleVK. Ooh, as he takes a lot of damage. Does at least deny the 3rd, but a little bit shaky. Like, no, we're building up the Colossus. It's got 1 so far. Not with the channel, let's go. It's gonna be a long cast day. Like 8 best of 3s are usually around 6 hours, like around 6 hours. I'm hoping around at least 5, or I say at least at most 5, but we'll see. Depends on how long the games are, of course. I mean, the series has been quite long. BabyMarine does rally in. Does rally, going for the Doom Drop into the main. We'll go for the unload and does take down some of these gateways. The gateway's going down. No, he breaks in! Oh my god, the Mine Shots almost pop up. Yeah, Mine Shots will connect. Yeah, brutal trade here from Mindle. But does get the tank and does hold. Does barely hold on. His holding is defending. BabyMarine able to claim his own 3rd base. Now, economically, as we get into this, I'm a little bit surprised. MiddleVK, he was doing a decent job when it came to containing his opponent, applying pressure. Ideally, behind that, you want to be taking your 4th base. The 4th base is very delayed here. There's no 4th in sight. As a result, BabyMarine actually takes an economic lead. He's getting his own 3rd. It's fully operational. The 4th base should be saturated by now. And just now it's being thrown down. So this is why you can see the supply lead in favor of BabyMarine. Like, he's got the better economy, he's got more income, better production as a result, building up a larger force, and there's going to be a window in time where he can break MiddleVK before he gets his own 4th operational. Scourge are amassing, Vikings as well. It depends how aggressive BabyMarine plans on being, of course. Last game we did mention how BabyMarine, he was very passive. He was very passive, very defensive. Even after winning some fights, he would stay at home, and I'm a little bit concerned that's going to be the same trend here as well. He's getting a 4th command center, and he may just sit back and max. which will give Minovike some room, of course. So now we're building up. BabyMarine is being active. He's pushing out. Do we have any? Storm is soon to be ready. This 4-eye Templar. Storm is done. Now no major connection. EMP's coming in. Decent connections, but we still have 2 more storms. Yeah, there's still 2 more. Storms on the main army, Vikings they pop up, and he breaks through. He breaks through the main army, takes out all the Colossus. And again, thankfully, BabyMarine, he's not too passive this time. He pushes in, punishes the 4th base. Again, late base, late saturation, smaller army as a result. And BabyMarine, he, at this point, has broken the 4th. The 4th base is going to go down. And there's nothing really behind this here. There's 1 High Templar warping in. There's 1 Colossus on the way. There's going to be an NG overcharge and a storm. Speaking of, yep, storm connects. But again, Minovike, he was just so tunnel visioned earlier. His 4th base was, again, it was just so heavily delayed. And the map control that typically the Protoss it never had it. I never did have it. Or at least did lose it quickly. Natural should fall. The Colossus has arrived. But there's no saving the expansion. Nexus goes down. It takes on the Nexus. Collapsing in the army. Vikings are popping up. Oof. And GG gets called. BabyMarine snowballs out of control. He will take the series 2-1 and advance on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Did have an intense back and forth here, but again, as we mentioned before, this time Minovike, he did have a decent start to the game. I say decent, did lose a lot of workers to the Wooden Mine drop, of course, but he was able to move out, able to contain initially, able to harass for a moment, but he did not expand, didn't take his 4th base. It was very, very delayed. Without his 4th base, he couldn't reinforce his army, he couldn't maintain map control and contain the Terran. That's usually kind of the state that Protoss wants to be in this matchup, is to have that map control, have the greater expansions, and keep the Terran player pinned back at home. We saw that in Ancient Cistern, right? We saw that on the previous map, we saw that in game 2, but he didn't quite get there here in game 3. Was again just a little bit too delayed, and with that, GG, well played. Congratulations. With that, BabyMarine, he will advance on into the next round, and we're going to be following BabyMarine into that next series. It is going to be a, I believe, TVT, a Terran versus Terran matchup between BabyMarine and Nicaract. Oh boy. Yo, speaking of longer matchups, Memento here. There we go. So again, BabyMarine versus Nicaract is going to be coming up next. The TVT is upon us here. Oh boy, oh boy. Now, to be fair, Terran versus Terran can be very intense, can be very aggressive. I feel like typically Nicaract is in your face in this matchup. Rarely do we slow things down too much, but we'll see as we load into ley lines for game number 1. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of ley lines, we have the red Terran player for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Italian the Italian Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is BabyMarine. Going if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our Terran versus Terran matchup. Coming into this, I do lean a little bit more towards Nickrat. He has been a lot more in form, has been very, very active. He's been on that grind, competing in almost everything. BabyMarine less so. BabyMarine has been taking some more time off. I will say he's still a very talented player, and he's still a very strong player in his own rights. I mean, it's a mirror matchup. Anything can and will happen. Let's go. Let's go. For now, double gas to open out of BabyMarine. Meanwhile, Nickrat going for a Rax Expand, more of an economic start. It's, oh, never mind. I assumed Rax Expand. No, he's going 2 Rax. Okay, so 2 Rax Reaper out of Nickrat. Meanwhile, Faster Factory out of BabyMarine. Now, when it, oh geez, we're doubling down even harder here. That's a little bit unfortunate. So a couple things. In TVT, there's a lot of these kind of like rock paper scissors scenarios. There's a reason why Clem, he got bullied out of TVT and he hasn't played TVT in over a year because of that kind of situation. Here, this would hard counter a proxy. So if BabyMarine was going for a proxy, or if BabyMarine was going for an economic opener, he'd be in trouble. But he's not. He's going for double gas, he's going for a faster factory, he's blindly going for a safer start and a safer build. So Nickrat was hoping that he could try to catch BabyMarine off guard, and that's not going to be the case. Now, of course, it still comes down to unit control, 100%. If Nickrat can catch the first Reaper and catch the first Hellion, that can be game, but it's going to be more difficult to pull this off. The pressure is very much so on Nickrat here as he does rally. Meanwhile, BabyMarine, he's going into Reactor Reaper himself. Which means there's less of a chance he gets caught out. Nickrat moves in. And Nickrat, he can threaten. He scouts, he confirms no low ground CC. Goes up the ramp, he confirms the high ground command center, he confirms the factory, he sees, he knows. He will still delay the command center. And can he get one? Oh, not quite. Yeah, doesn't quite get it. Takes a lot of damage, and Nickrat loses the first Reaper. Brutal start for Nickrat. Now, what's important here is that BabyMarine, he doesn't know how many Reapers are out there. He doesn't know how committed Nickrat is. So Nickrat can still catch BabyMarine with his pants down. Going back in. Can he get the Hellion? Hellion, oh, gets caught. Yeah, move command. Yeah, the Hellion's on move command. A massive pickup. Takes down the Hellion. And he's going in. He's going into the bases. Nothing to defend. Reaper, likewise, they get across the map as well. SCVs are going down. Ooh, but here comes a Hellion. Yeah, again, the factory here is just a big tech structure here for BabyMarine. A big power spike with all those Hellions. Reaper goes down. BabyMarine is making more SCVs. Yeah, 6 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god. Nickrat, he tries to rush through. Does attempt to, but now there are 2 Hellions that Reapers line up, and with that, BabyMarine, he holds. He doesn't just hold on. Remember, there's a CC. The CC is almost done. Nickrat, he's all in. And this build just has not paid off. Has not worked out well. Reapers are denied. And GG. Yeah, GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. And BabyMarine takes game number 1. Whew, GG. And as you mentioned, like, there is that kind of like rock, paper, scissors aspect of TVT. And there was a big gamble. That was a big gamble for Nickrat. As we mentioned, Nickrat, he was hoping for 2 things. He was hoping for either a proxy out of BabyMarine or hoping for an economic opener. Wasn't either one. It was a safer build out of BabyMarine. He was going double gas into a faster factory, even went reactor first instead of Reaper first, so was even that much more safer. Made sure he didn't get caught out with his first Reaper either, and yeah, with that BabyMarine, he was able to shut Nickrat down. GG. GG, well played, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. as the BabyMarine does take a lead. Does take a lead in the series. And now we're getting into that second game. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Red Terran for the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Nicorette. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the Italian Terran for Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is BabyMarine. Here we go, and welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground, very defensive map as well. And if we were to slow things down and get into a longer, later game, this would be it. This would be the map for it. No boy. Raxes are back at home. No proxy. No proxies here from either players. Not yet. Here we go. Oh, workers move out, and from here, double gas open out of BabyMarine, double gas open out of Nicorette. This time, mirrored builds, faster factories all around, safer starts, more tech heavy starts, and from here, we're getting into our own early game. Gonna get into the early game, we can then expand, get our natural bases. SCV Scout does confirm, and Nicorette likewise also confirms. So both players scout each other, both players get eyes on the factories. We know what's going on. We're good to go. Now, what are the chances we get into mech? What are the... nah. Should be by a tank. It's typically the direction our players head in. We have seen Nicorette play mech before, especially battle mech, but, you know, that was a different patch, different time, when battle mech was more viable, of course, as well. Hello. Okay. For now, we're going into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Likewise, so is BabyMarine. So far, mirrored builds continue. They do continue. Nicorette does fan out. Likewise, so does BabyMarine. It is considered unwise to commit here, as BabyMarine, he'll shoot first. Yeah, massive volley. Just shoot first, and Nicorette has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Has to pull back. BabyMarine is on the chase. Does attempt to chase him down. Meanwhile, he'll be almost losing one of his aliens. Yeah, does lose one. And Nicorette holds. And Nicorette, he will hold on. This was no extension here from BabyMarine, losing all his Reapers. They do trade back and forth. And from here, we're getting to our drop play. Early tank out of our Red Terran. Now going for his early drop. We'll move out, and looks like our players, they have deviated here. We do have Raven production on the way from BabyMarine. We had the earlier medevac out of Nicorette, going for his drop. Likewise, early tank production as well. Instead, BabyMarine, he went for safety Cyclones. So Cyclones are amassing. With that, it's going to be a safer start out of the blue Terran, and he might be able to catch the medevac. Drop into the main base. Medevac gets into the mineral line. So far, gets 3, 4, 5 SCVs. Gets 5 workers. Now going for the Raven as well. The Raven is barely going to go down. And not a bad trade. Not a bad trade here. Takes on the Raven, takes on 5 SCVs. 30 CC is now on the way for the blue Terran player. And Nick this entire time has been focusing on his tank production. So he'll be up by 2 tanks. Third CC's on the way. The next kind of big wave of aggression should be by the time BabyMarine attempts to take his third base. When he tries to expand, it should be on Nick to be there to punish. That should be. Just because of his tank lead. Both players getting into bio. Pasture Stim out of BabyMarine. Pasture Stim. Once we're building up, here comes the mass on siege. As we mentioned, this is when Nick should be pushing. And now claiming his third. Both players have interference matrix. BabyMarine should soon be expanding himself. And we'll see if Nick does move out. I mean, hey, he's got 5 tanks to 0. Like, that's like that. He has a crazy tank lead right now. This would be his time. I was waiting for Stim. Yep, there's a scan. He sees the setup. He sees 0 tanks. Now he gets scanned himself, so he does siege. Scan runs out. Stim is finishing. Oh, we're just okay. Never mind. We're just chilling back. BabyMarine going for his own drop. And we're just going to slow down. We're just going to continue. Got 6 tanks to 1. Obviously, the Ravens make up for that, but it goes both ways. As here comes Nick move out. At the same time, does he have much of him to defend? Oh. Armies do meet each other. Nick forces siege. Drop into the main. And SCVs are going down. Nice damage. Gets us to 9, 10, 11 SCVs. Yeah, he's going to get the entire mineral line here. Brutal damage. At the same time, Nick dropping across the map. Nick he's racing back home. Combat shields is denied. Toss unloading the main. And then it was 18 SCV kills. And what does Nick get done? Gets a gas geyser. Oh. Unable to drop. Gets a Raven. Okay. Gets Raven, and here comes the main army. Again, Nick he's committed. He's committed. He lost too much. We got to send it across the map. Third base is denied. And denies a third. Does get the tank. That's disabled. Gets 1. Gets 2. Barely. Yeah, just barely in time. The boys are being pulled. We have the counter disables as well. Nick he stims in, gets 1 of the tanks, gets 1, and does get both tanks. Both tanks go down, and Nick he's here to end the game. We'll lose his own 3rd CC. We're getting chaotic. Uh-oh. We're getting rowdy. Back at home, CC goes down. Nick he's pushing in. Does go for the mass siege. Oof. And again, he should have done it here. Takes down the ranks, getting within range of the rest of the production. There's one more tank on the way. BabyMarine is racing back, but again, he just cannot deal with this army. Not without disables. There's 2 Ravens. He's holding onto that energy. Reinforcements also on the way. Doesn't get caught out. And throughout all this, Nickrat, he's got 2 base mining, he's got a better economy, better saturation. Sure, technically BabyMarine has a higher SCV count, but he's all in the main. As you can see, 56 workers in the main base. Heavily oversaturated. Speaking of, Nickrat, he rotates over to that 3rd. Oof. Takes down the tank. The rest of the army comes in for the surround, and BabyMarine, he should lose everything here. As Marines get shut down, GG gets called, and Nickrat ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going to the ace match. We're going into game number 3. Again, I was a little bit concerned that Nickrat was going to be too passive. Like, he did have a massive advantage when it came to the strength of his army. He was waiting for a stim. We had the double jump across the map, but in the end, he thankfully did move out, was able to flex his greater army. Yes, BabyMarine, he was able to get some counter damage done. If you remember, he killed so many SCVs with the drop into the main. He crippled the economy, but the main army was still heavily in favor of Nickrat. GG. GG, well played. Again, Nickrat, remember, he was in a way kind of cutting corners. He did decide to stay on a lower cyclone count, go into really fast tank production, and with that he maintained that tank lead. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Manganatha, we have the Red Terran player. With the Red Terran representing the Planet of Heroes, it is Nickrat. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran player, the Blue Terran himself. For Streamer Zone, it is BabyMarine. Oh. Hello. Interesting rally here. He ends up behind the mineral line. Second SCV moves out proxy. Okay, he's going for the proxy racks in the natural. Let's go. He is committing. He's got his 2 SCVs. There we go. Proxy at the 3rd base location. Now, this is where if we had game 1 and Nickrat went for 3 racks back at home, he would shut this down. The Gamba, but he's going double gas. Okay, double gas opener. What does that mean? That means that Nickrat, he's going for a faster factory. He's going for a delayed commencer. This is a safe build out of Nickrat. He has the tools to defend. He has the tools. It comes down to the micro. It comes down to the control. Meanwhile, 2 racks Reaper out of BabyMarine. SCV moves out for a scout, and we'll move across the map. We'll not see the proxy. Now, say it comes down to the micro, it comes down to the execution. Nickrat has to be very careful with his first Reaper, as he is rallied across. Oh, okay, that is dangerous. That is scary for Nickrat, as he'll have that much less to defend back at home. If he keeps a rally, SCV does confirm the Rax is missing, and Nickrat, he does still maintain that rally. There we go. Okay, does reroute. He's checking one of the proxy locations here on the right hand side. Bunker on the high ground, a very nice read. Sees nothing here. Nothing on the right. Reaper slip in. Gets 1 SCV. Oh! Yeah, gets 1 worker so far. Gets up to 2. Ooh, does trade 1-to-1. Better trade here for BabyMarine. But alas, he wants more than that. He will lose the second Reaper. Does trade 2 for 2. Hellion pops out, and Nickrat holds. And Nickrat, he does hold on. Starport is on the way for a counterattack. And BabyMarine's in a rough position here. There's that CC on the way as well. BabyMarine likewise going to be expanding. Yeah, nice catch. Hellion shots going off. Oof. Gets another Reaper. And another. And BabyMarine, he's just running out of units here. Back at home, working towards the Cyclone. There's a lift. Cyclones are on the way for both players. Nick actually should be the first to move out. He's not going the medevac, he's going for the Raven instead. Interesting. The Raven follow-up. And again, this is just a shaky start here for the Blue Terran, for BabyMarine. Very shaky. As Nick he's landing his own CC. BabyMarine, his is just not finishing. Not landing, not too far behind. Not too far off. Oh, so we're making it up, Jesus. Okay, we have Macfield accelerators on the way. That's not the biggest tell, but what is of course hyperfied rotors. There's a higher chance, I should emphasize, that we're going to be getting to another factory, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on the Blue Terran. But now nice Falcons, very nice. Does shut down some of those Hellions. Third TC is on the way. Jesus. So we should be seeing more factories here. Ay, ay, ay. This tank production has begun. BabyMarine's moving out. We have a slightly later third TC here by Nickrat. I'm still not entirely sold on the setup that we're getting into. There it is, mech. So factory's on the way into mech. The reactor on the racks was throwing me off. I was like, are we going into marine production? No. Getting into mech. Likewise, nice lock-ons. BabyMarine, he does that trade. Now, before BabyMarine can really embrace mech, he's vulnerable because of his faster third CC. And Nickrat, he's up to 3, I believe. Yeah, 3 Ravens. Nickrat, he can break this. He can disable the tank. He can disable the Cyclones even. This is a terrifying move out. Uh-oh. Banshees into the main base. SCVs are going to be going down. Nickrat, he commits. Lock-ons on the Ravens. Master stable. Order charge as well. Did unsiege in time. The tank does not get away. And there's one tank left. There's one tank in the main. At the same time, SCVs are going down. Going for stim. So stim is being denied. Oh, the Ravens are under fire. Does he notice in time? Does he notice? Oh no! Yeah, he goes in. Throws down a couple of water turrets. Does force some friendly fire. But the Ravens are thrown away. Okay, he throws away the Ravens. At the same time, Banshees is wreaking havoc. There's barely any anti-air. These Banshees, they could end the game. He's going for it. Again, there's only a handful of Marines to defend. And they're vanilla. The vanilla Marines. There's no stim. Factory will fall, but remember there's extra factories. There's already 2 tanks. Okay, Viking does defend. And we're in a really weird game state here. BabyMarine, he's stuck on 1 base, but he does have a much healthier worker count. Nickrex on 2, but no efficient mining. Liberation has arrived. Nickrex is being bullied back. Oof. He will lose both tanks? Both tanks go down. And BabyMarine he's holding is also building up a better army. Things are very chaotic, and Nickrex he had potential, but he threw away all 3 ravens, right? All 3 ravens, so he went down. He did not push into the main. And the Banshees were the MVPs. The Banshees, they killed 26 SCVs. Crazy. Stim is still not yet done. Vulcans are brutal. BabyMarine landing is 3rd CC, let's go. Does attempt to land his 3rd. I get spotted. As Liberation gets across the map, denies any kind of mining. We have the branches moving out as well. At the same time, Nickrex he is pushing. This time with Stim. We have almost 10 minutes Stim. Gibbed. Pushing forward, Sim's under the CC, we'll get a kill. Kill the command center. No shot, the game slows down from here. No shot. I mean, we'll see if Nickrex can deny the 3rd base again. Like, that was a big moment for him. Now he can land his own. Nickrex, he's been struggling economically for quite some time now, but it's catching up. Banshee back in. Nickrex committing. Yes, Nickrex is still looking for a way in. And what's important here is that Nickrex, he has no intention of actually breaking this position. It's all about containing, right? He's got a 3rd. He's getting a 3rd base up and running. Nickrex is enjoying a better economy. And he's just containing the Terran player, the BabyMarine, I should say, on 2 bases. As he's stuck with pure tank. It's got his Liberators there. We'll zone away. BabyMarine does have a terrifying army, but Nickrex has mobility on his side. There is a way into the main. Anyway, stepping in. Yeah, does go for the dive, collapsing on the tanks. Tries to rush through, and he will get 4. The all 4 tanks go down. Gets the 5th and 6th tank as well. And barely all 6 tanks. And with that, he doesn't break the natural, but once again, what is the goal here? Deny the 3rd. Deny the 3rd base, that's it. That is the goal. BabyMarine still stuck on 2 bases. And Nickrat ideally can outproduce. BabyMarine does try to move out. Once again, Nickrat stims in. This time, this feels a little bit premature. Yeah, Nickrat, he does not have enough. Yeah, not this time. Nickrat, he does misjudge. He will throw away everything. Oof. Yeah, this was not worth it. Not the second time around. BabyMarine expands. BabyMarine, he expands. Now he can saturate his 3rd base. Nickrat, he throws away most of his army. Yeah, unfortunately, to just misjudge the situation, misjudge the attack. That's the main? Yes. That's the main base floating over. Let's go. Floats over the main base. Banshee gets across the map. Nickrat, he doesn't really have much to defend. Racing back over. 12 SCVs. 13. Oof. And there's barely any mining going on here. Banshee from one end, Liberators from the other. Blue Flame is on the way. Settling into the mech. Nickrat is trying to move in. Does rotate. Tanks are not quite in position. There is potential here. Yes, stims in, but he's pushing into too many tanks. And with that, GG gets called. BabyMarine, he will defend, he will shut this down, and he will advance on to the next round. GG. Whew. On GG, well played. A very chaotic, very intense, very back and forth TVT here between BabyMarine and Nickrat. They both had their own moments, of course. Nickrat, he did have a really nice job when it came to the follow-up after all the chaos had ensued when it came to collapsing on those 6 tanks, but again did kind of misjudge the strength of his army, did misjudge how much he was pushing into for the second wave, and ended up losing that lead. He lost his army, he lost all of his momentum, and with that, BabyMarine was able to settle into his own 3rd base and just snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to BabyMarine. And with that, we are halfway through the broadcast. We just wrapped up our TVT, and up next, we're getting into our next set of mirror matchups, Protoss versus Protoss. We're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we'll have Shameless versus UED Soldier. We still have Pappy versus Demi, Jimmy versus Art, and Percival versus Sebestus. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. Here we are getting into our next best of three. There are 8 best of 3s here tonight, and we just wrapped up with 4 of them, and we have 4 left. 4 matches remaining here. We're going to be jumping into a PvP this time between Shameless and UED Soldier. Shameless, of course, in my mind, he was the rising star of 2024. He rose up through the ranks very, very quickly here, a very young player, and has gotten to the point where he is in the upper echelons of European Protoss. UED Soldier is still rising through the ranks himself, is still a little bit more of an up-and-comer here, and it is going to be more of a challenge for UED Soldier to kind of bring his opponent down, but we're here for it. We are here for it. Let's go. So we're jumping into our next series, Game 1. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. We're loading into our PvP, and we'll see. We'll see if we can bring it back here, of course, an upset. Lovely name. As we get into Game 1 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is a Shameless. Un momento. There we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the green Protoss representing Team CSO Esports. It is UED Soldier. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. This is still a PvP. Anything can and will happen. We'll see how our players will approach this. I will say that PvP amongst the Europeans is a little bit more notorious for longer and later games, to more kind of standardized kind of early and mid game. Amongst the Koreans, players like Hero, Zaun, Classic, Nightmare, Creator, it's a little more common to see aggressive builds going for proxies, cheeses, and shenanigans early on. Amongst a lot of the Europeans, it is less so common to see that. So we might just go for a 2-gate opener into a third base, sorry, into a natural, into our third, into our typical 3-base mid game, and we can follow from there. We'll see, as this probe is going in a very interesting direction. Look at this. The probe does rally across the map and head towards a proxy starport location outside of the main base of Shameless. Okay. So UED Soldier, you have my attention. It does look like a proxy, not an all-in, but an aggressive build nonetheless. Here we go. As the pylon has been thrown down. Of course, Shameless, he does take note. He does notice, hold up, your pylon's missing. The pylon is missing. Shameless, he can just compare his own main base from his opponents. His own pylon is now done, and there should be a pylon in the main base. It is not here. It could be a proxy, it could be a 1-base all-in, it could be a fake out, or it could be a Stargate. And we know it's a Stargate. We seal. It's still on Shameless to confirm. And you can see Shameless scattered on the left-hand side of the map. Does check the center. This is a very common proxy robo location, so checking for the 1-base all-ins. Does check. He does get his third pylon in the main base, so very safe play out of Shameless. A little bit paranoid. Let's see, Phoenix Wars. Phoenix Wars are very map dependent, so you can see Phoenix Wars on torches, you can see Phoenix Wars on Ultra Love. So if we end up on a map like that, then sure, you can see Phoenix Wars. Otherwise, we can settle down. Shameless pokes in, scouts the Stargate. He knows. So big scout here for Shameless. He's aware of what's going on. He's getting in position. He's ready. Here we go. Oracle does threaten. Adepts a shade into the natural. Sorry, into the main. Two Adepts taking 1-shot probes, and so far they get 4 probe kills. Not bad. 4 up to 5. 5 probes going down. Very nice damage early on. With that, UED Soldier does take a worker lead. Nice damage. Nice damage so far. Behind this, going for his own robo. He's going to be working towards immortal production. Meanwhile, Shameless should be working towards earlier Twilight Council into earlier Blink, but we'll keep an eye on Shameless. Oh, never mind. He's reinforcing it. He's warping it across the map. Shameless. He's going across. He does recognize, of course, that because the investment into the Stargate, into the Oracle, that means there's less to defend. There's less on the ground. There's going to be less on the ground. Stalkers, they reinforce. Unity Soldier, he's in danger. He'll lose a Stalker. Does have force fields. And the boys are being pulled. The boys are being pulled. Force fields are a little bit lackluster. Shield battery is denied. More warp-ins. And GG. Shameless. He does snowball out of control. And Shameless takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, a cheeky build out of Unity Soldier, a cheekier response out of Shameless, going for the proxy, going for the warp-ins, and as we mentioned, because of the Oracle, there was that much less to defend, that was less back at home. GG, and with that, we have a lead for Shameless, and now we're jumping into game number 2, going to be loading into Maganatha. Maganatha is another large map in the map pool, known for proxies because how large it is. Likewise, there's no ramp coming into the natural, so we'll get into it. For now, jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the blue Protoss player with the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless, leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the top left hand corner we have his opponent representing CSO Esports. It is UED Soldier. And again, UD Soldier, he was doing a good amount of damage with the Adepts. The Adepts that were killing so many probes. The problem was the counterattack, right? The problem was that Shameless, he just committed. He just doubled down. Went for the proxy. Didn't hold back. And with that, does take a lead. And we'll see how UD Soldier does change things up and how he does deviate. If at all. True. Yeah, so far we have our standard openers. So far everything's looking as it should be. 2 gateways and no proxy. Not yet. Hello. Speaking of proxy, we are missing the second pylon. It gets run down across the map, but now this is a location for a proxy robo, and this is where I need to eat my words here. I was talking about how, like, amongst the Europeans, like, typically we see a lot of standard play, a lot of mid-game play as well. Not for UD Soldier though. Game 1, one proxy Stargate. Game 2, proxy robo, or at least a gateway. One base all in here out of our green Protoss player. Shameless also does hide his own pylon as well, so we have proxy versus proxy. One is more committed than the other. Yes, Stargate from Shameless, Robo from UD Soldier. Oh, he's checking. No shot. He does scout the center. He checks the middle and he does confirm. He sees the Robo. With that, how does he react? He should be moving out towards this position to shut down the pylon, to depower. Likewise, he has a choice to make. He can either go Oracle to harass and to cripple the economy, otherwise he can go Void Ray to defend back at home. Oh, UD Soldier gets a pylon in the main. Cheeky moves. Pylon in the main base. The Robo will get up. Going for the Oracle. Bold move. He wants to deal critical damage. I mean, this also works just because we're lacking scout information across the map as well. So UD Soldier, he leaves nothing at home to defend. Nothing back home. Oracle's moving out. Meanwhile, it is going to be Prism first. Yeah, going for the initial Prism. Oracle gets in. Pro's going to be going down again. Critical damage, nothing to defend. UD Soldier, he's all in. I mean, he already was. And he has to go for it. 4 Stalkers taking one-shot probes. Late reaction by Shameless. Otherwise distracted. But the boys are being pulled. The oracles. Oh, so the prism is going to be forced back. Immortal production has begun. Getting to his own immortals. Finds the pylon. Does find the pylon. Brings it down. And again, this is it. It's all or nothing here for UD Soldier. Pylon is exposed. At least get the pylon. Shades into the mineral line. Toad taking one-shot probes. Doesn't commit. Or go back into the main. Oh, doesn't get much done. Going for the stasis trap. Likewise, stasis trap is denied. Nice defense. Shameless even supply blocked here. Brutal supply block. Again, he's getting there. He is getting there. Now it's up to 2 immortals. The one thing, of course, that Shameless is missing is a War Prism, but now it's on the way. Needs a little bit more time. He's almost at that prism. And then he can start to push down. Like, he doesn't want to get caught up by a force field, so he has to wait for the prism. That means he has like counterplay against a force field. He can actually micro back. And pull away. Oh, now he moves down. He commits, no force field. UD Soldier gets caught, he's being forced all the way back to his proxy. Proxy pylon is going to be depowered. And depowers the robo. And UD Soldier is running out of steam here. Again, he's down in workers. Now he's lost his robo. And Shameless, the first way to expand. We can just build up from here. We can okay. We just build up into 2 bases. UD Soldier still breaking out of his own main. Still trying to break out. And from here we can just stabilize. It's going to be on Shameless to just build up on 2 bases, then on 2 bases you can go for extra gateways and go for an earlier blink timing. So you can see here gateways are on the way. Until then, the game is going to slow down for a moment here. UD Soldier does have potential to recover. He's got Phoenixes building up. He's going to be working towards his own eventual blink as well. We can maybe go for DTs and a Dark Shrine. There's a world where the Phoenixes, they can shut down the Prism, they can get harassing damage in the mineral lines, they can catch the Oracle. As the Oracle is still out there. So there's potential for UD Soldier's army, but like he also has to find those opportunities. He has to rely on his opponents to make mistakes or force mistakes out of Shameless. Otherwise, Shameless is looking quite comfortable. Scout is denied. Shameless taking a 3rd. Just getting further ahead. Oh, is this when both players just calm down, macro up, and build to the mid game? I mean, maybe. That's a lot of gateways. So, UD Soldier, he just made a choice. He's getting up to 6 gateways. I believe we can afford up to 8 gateways on 2 bases for an 8K 2 base all in. UD Soldier has not expanded, and UD Soldier, he's aware of the 3rd base as well. Like, he knows that Shameless took a base, and he's choosing to commit into a 2 base all in. It's a tough choice to make. And here it goes. All right, what do we have? We have, I believe it's still soon to be 6. Yeah, 6 gates. So 6 gates. Prism moves out as well. Blink is done. UD Soldier he'll hit before +1. But he's also moving into 3 immortals. Nice concave. UD Soldier commits. He does lift the first immortal. Not bad. He lifts one, lifts the other. But there's still so many soldiers left over, and the force fields are brutal. GG gets called. Half the army wasn't even attacking. And Shameless, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Shameless, he will claim the series. Again, it was a very chaotic and very intense series out of UD Soldier. Game 1, he went proxy Stargate. Game 2, he went proxy Robo. Unfortunately, Shameless scattered immediately. He found the Robo, he confirmed what was going on, he was able to punish it, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. It is Shameless. He does claim the series, and now we are getting ready for our next set of matches. Up next is going to be our one and only Zerg player for the day. Let's go. Right, let's go. We have one Zerg player today. Thankfully, it is going to be a best of 3 between Bappy and Demi. Oh boy. Again, great to see more of Demi. Demi, he at one point was a very active player, very active, very much so, playing in almost every tournament he could, but of course did decide to step away. Has since, like, quote unquote retired. Nowadays he's a little bit more of a part-time player. He mainly only plays in OSC events like this, so it's been a while since we've seen him on a regular basis. So we'll see how he compares to someone who's more active, like our Protoss here. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. It is Bappy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Indian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg for Matcherino Esports. It is Demi. Here we go. We are going to be settling into our game, settling into our best of. Now, for those who remember, Demi, I mean, it's been a couple of years since he's been an active player, but Demi, he's known for what? For Spire play and Mutas. And technically, in this latest patch, Muta play is more viable. Muta play, it is more viable, it is more of an option, so we could see, there's a high chance that in this series we're going to see Muta play at some point, but the scary thing, of course, is he's up against that man himself. Este Papi, he himself is a little bit more active, not the most active as, say, like a Geralt or a Christiana. Papi, he does mainly play in European, if not only Polish events, so we don't really get to see as much as we would like to see out of Papi, but regardless, still a very strong player in his own right, and is going to be favored coming into this. We'll see if Demi can catch him with his pants down. See if he can catch him. Okay, we good. So just opening the door. Again, it's spring coming into we're headed towards summer here in Australia, so it's getting quite hot, quite intense. But we'll make it. We'll make it. It'll be okay. Aye, aye, aye. As for now, Stargate open out of Pappy, opening up Stargate into Oracle into our third base. Pappy, he's not really one to deviate too much. We do expect to see a standard game out of our Protoss player. It's really on Demi that we're looking at here, whether it's Muta play. He's also been known to go for Ling Floods and Ling All-Ins as well, so Demi can be a very active player. For now. Also, Hatchgas pull into a third base. We're building up in towards the mid game. Likewise, we'll see if Demi does cut corners at any point. We'll see if he goes for an early Evo chamber as well into +1 melee. We'll see if he goes into roaches. Oh, hello. As that is not an Oracle, that is a Void Ray. So Void Ray opener out of our Polish Protoss player. With this, he'll be hunting down the Overlord and he'll be denying scouting, which means we can hide some tech. Pylon has been thrown down. Show us what you got. Are we going for a Twilight Council? So Pappy can be a little bit cheeky here. Can be cheeky. Yo, este lechito. Yeah, Pappy, yeah. Este milk and cookies. Good to see you. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Good to see you. Buenos días. Buenos días. Hope you're doing well. Yo, when is cooking with cookies? What's ah, no. You're too busy climbing rocks. Climbing all the rocks. God damn it. I hope you've been enjoying yourself. Este lechito. For now, Void Ray moves out. Hunts out one of the Overlords. And we have the Oracle behind this here for Pappy. Everything. Like, life is on hiatus. Like, god damn it. Este milk and cookies. We do have our initial Roach one on the way for Demi. Interesting. So he does delay, if not skip, his Evo chamber. So he delays his Evo chamber, going for the early Roach one instead. Eyes are on Demi. Likewise, no SimCity here either, but he's just playing it safe. Makes sense, especially against a Void Ray. Goes in, and we can see that it's going to be a Forge into Robo into a delayed Twilight Council. Now, because the Twilight Council is after the Robo, there's a very high chance that it's going to be a War Prism into a Temple Archives into a delayed Archon drop with High Templar. We spoke about this last night, actually. This is a build that has been quite trendy amongst the European scene and the European players, especially like players like MaxPax, Skillus, Geralt, Christiana as well, especially in the first half of the year. Pappy is also one to embrace that as well. So it could be going into the prison, but no, it's going to be Immortals, and we could go into Charge instead. Show us what you got. Do we go into the Temple Archives? Nope, Charge. So Charge is on the way. This is actually an older school build. We saw a lot of this last year. If you remember, there was actually a nerf. Was it a year ago, 2 years ago, where the Immortal did actually end up losing some of its DPS in said nerf just to try to deal with this, as it was quite trendy to build up this death wall of an army. 7 drones going to be going down, crazy damage here, and Pappy is building up towards a charged Immortal timing, almost like a Soul Train-esque kind of build, where you can incorporate sentries and force fields alongside this as well. Meanwhile, we spoke about it at the beginning of the broadcast. Spire play again. Demi, he is known for Muta play. We expected Mutas at some point in the series, and we're seeing it here in game 1. So Spire gets thrown down. This is a very risky kind of style to play, of course. He's hoping that Pappy is more defensive. He's hoping that Pappy stays at home, and that he gives Demi the room that he needs to actually make these Mutas and get across the map. So big risk here for Demi. We'll see if he can get away with it. Pappy back at home is getting into Charge, +1. Temple Archives for Archons, for potentially Storm as well. But Pappy should be going for a timing. There's a window in time here where he can break his opponent, as defensively there's no Banelings. There are Roaches, yes, but there's a high chance that Demi's going to skip Roaches to build up resources for Muta play. So we'll see if Pappy can strike. We'll see if he can strike here just before Demi's ready, or just as Demi's transitioning. Spire is almost done. We have how many High Templar so far? It is going to be 3. 3 Templar. Storm is on the way, being cornered as we speak. And this is going to hit quite hard. Spire is done, +1 attack is on the way. Demi is banking up a lot of gas. We'll be able to make soon 10 Mutas. And we'll see if he commits. I mean, again, Muse won't really help too much against this push. I mean, it works both ways. On the one hand, there's no Blink Stalkers. True, right? There's no Blink. It was a charge base opener instead. So limited anti-air. Fighting head-on against Mass Archon is going to be difficult, but we'll see if Bappy even moves out. Here come the Mutas. 9 Mutas in production. And Bappy, are we pushing? Storm is done. Storm is done, and if we stay at home defensively here, that's going to give Demi the opportunity he needs. Yeah, Mutas are on the way. And Bappy stays at home. And he's choosing to be passive, which again, it strikes me as a little bit odd. Usually when you go into these early charge timings, it's to be aggressive. It's to be in the face of your opponent. Charge has been done for quite some time. Prism is now on the way. So Bappy can now move with the Warp Prism, but is it too late? Is it too late? Here come the Mutas. Oh, guess who? Guess who oracles? Spots the army. Oh good. It does run past. Oh, we'll take a storm to the face. We'll lose 1 Muta in the process. We'll lose 2. 2 Mutas go down. They hit the third base mineral line. Leading some damage. But not the cleanest trades here for Demi. And not the cleanest trades. Happy does move out. And we'll see if Demi... we're going for the base trade. Okay. I was going to say, we'll see if Demi can hold on back at home. He just commits. He just rallies everything across the map. He's going for the triangle... Sorry, for the linear third. He's going for the third base. The base trade has begun. This expansion will fall. It does evacuate. It does pull away here, but time is of the essence. We've got to get into the other bases. We've got to keep going. As there are warp-ins. There are warp-ins back at home. You can see Bappy slowly building up his stalkers. Demi does move in. Going for the pylons. Collapsing the expansion. Does magic bucks, takes down the Archon. Now trading with the stalkers. Bappy only fighting with half his army. He has stalkers idle in the main. And he'll lose everything. Yeah, he'll lose everything with stalker here. 4th base goes down. And Bappy, does he turn around? He is. He's turning back home. He's turning around back home. Demi is massing out more Lings. Breaks into the natural. Lings, they flood into the main. And where's that recall? He's not recalling. He's just walking back instead. And he may just lose too much. Now, what's important here is the Mutas can get away, right? The Mutas, they can get away. Ooh. Nice War Prism. Slice of Prism, gets the Archon as well. Choke point working against the Protoss. Catching out some of the Stalkers. And Mutas, again, they do evacuate. The Ling Roach, they're going to be cleaned up. Sniping more buildings. Tech is under fire. Mutas, they race back to defend. He races back home, and Bappy, he has zero next side left here. Thankfully, he has a probe. He has 2 probes remaining. He will re-expand. Then he does magic bucks. Gets on top of the army. Cleans up everything. And now he can clean up. Oh, we've been catching some more immortals. And Demi looking good here. Cleans up the immortals. Again, the buildings here are finite. Pylon, gateway, gas geyser. Okay, these are the final buildings. Demi can pounce on this. Wait, what? Okay. I was like, where are the Archons? The Archons and Storm are crucial here to defend. Demi's hitting a 3rd base. Spanning top right. Again, Demi, he saved his main. The main base was saved. Still making more mutas. And as the main army moves out, Demi moves in. There is a recall. Here's a recall back home. There's a storm back home as well. Oh. Yeah, the first storm, the second storm does land. Oh, mutas have to get out of here. They take a lot of damage. But they break through. Oh, Jesus. The other mutas, they get so very low here, but they barely do break through. There's a recall back home. Mutas have to get the hell out of here. Oh my god. Losing another. A lot of mutas have fallen. Down to 14. 14 mutas left. They made it back home in time. GG gets called. Demi, he shuts down the run by. There was nothing else to work with, and Demi, whew, he will take game number 1. GG. Ay. GG, well played. He will take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth here. Demi, he was able to get away with his mutas. If you remember, I was very surprised by how passive Bappy was. Like, Bappy went for the early charge timing. He went for the early, like, Zealot Immortal based composition. But he didn't push, did not move out. He stayed at home, turtling up and getting into a 4th base, which allowed Demi to get away with his mutas. And of course, then we ended up with the base trade. And with that, Demi takes a lead. And now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let's go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Bappy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, or the blue Zerg player himself, the Indian Zerg, representing Match Arena Esports. It is Demi. Here we go. So we are going to be building up and settling in. Is going to be Hatch Gas Pool, standard open out of Demi, likewise standard open out of Bappy as well. Once again, our eyes are going to be on our Protoss player. Again, there was a lot of aggressive potential for the Protoss. Like Bappy, he had potential, he had the build, he was set up, he just didn't push. He just stayed home. He stayed home that much longer. He waited until he got a 4th base, and by the time he moved out, Demi was maxed, and we ended up in the base trade. So did miss the opportunity to be aggressive. And now, let's go. Now we are getting into a longer game. We'll see if Bappy even bothers to go into charge this time. We'll see. Again, Demi is known for muta play, and especially as we load into Tokamak, this is another large map. Maganatha, Tokamak, these are the 2 largest map in the tournament map pool, or in the ladder map pool, I should say. I think Ancient Cistern might be larger than Tokamak. I'm not entirely certain on that one. But these larger maps, they do favor muta play that much more. So we have our initial Stargate. So Stargate opener, last game is led into a Void Ray. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a Void Ray again, just to make it look like the same build and then go for something different. But ideally be aggressive. We'll see. As there it is, a Void Ray once again. So 2 games in a row going for the Void Ray. Is setting up. Setting up. We have our third base being taken. Everything's looking normal so far. Likewise, when it comes to Tokamak, I mean, this is one of the larger maps. This is the most defensive map as well. So if Papi did want to play macro here, if he wanted to go into Blink, then into Splash Damage, then to a 4th base, then this would be a better map for it if he were to open Blink instead of Charge. See? Speaking of, Twilight Council is on the way. So we have our tech of choice. We have a follower. Going for the Twilight Council. From here we can go into an earlier Forge, but so far I don't see a Forge. No Forge yet. So delayed Forge, delayed upgrades. Oracle does dip in. Gets 2 more drones. Extra gateways, so we're going to Glaives. 4-gate setup. Up. Show us what you got. Do we go into Glaives? Do we go into Blink? It's going to be one or the other. The answer is Blink Stalkers. Okay. Now, with Blink finishing up this early, and with it starting this quickly, and with there being no +1 and no Evo, sorry, no Forge, there's a higher chance here that we're going to be active earlier on instead. Otherwise, it would be upgrades, right? Otherwise, it'd be a Forge. So this is looking a little bit more like an 8-gate setup. Speaking of 8 gates, oh boy, so 6 already. This screams like a 3-base all-in. 3-base all-in. We're expecting 1 more gateway and then a proxy gateway across the map. The reason for this is because there's no robo, right? There's no robo, which means there's no warp prism, so there's no way to reinforce. So if you want to reinforce, if you want to bolster this all in, then you do need that proxy. Never mind, late Forge. Okay. So we're on 6 gateways, a late Forge, late +1, a quirky build here by Papi. He still needs to be active though to make up for the late upgrade and the earlier Blink. 4th base not being taken. Here comes the 4th. We've been focusing a lot on Papi. Meanwhile, on Demi, he's going into Hydras. We have the later Evo chamber with Hydra Den, so +1 range and Hydra production. Interesting setup here. He's not going for melee upgrades, so this is very committed, very dedicated, and a lot is reliant upon said Hydras. This 4th base might just be for larva. A lot of Hydras are amassing. We'll see if Demi drones or not. Currently, he's droning up to 67. That is 3-base saturation. He may choose just to use this hatchery for larva. Still building up. Oh! Does go for the cancel. Nicely done. Does cancel the base. But again, I don't think Demi really intended to saturate it. It's a cancellation. Void Ray goes down. And Demi's pushing. He knocks down the rocks to reduce the time it takes to get across the map to help out his reinforcements. And it will soon be go time. Back at home, what is it to defend? So far, purely a gateway composition. It is going for a later Temple Archives alongside a Robo. Working towards eventual Storm. But as we were trying to mention here, Demi, he's not been droning. He's not droning, he's not saturating, he's long distance mining, he's transferring workers, and here we go, Demi's committing here on 3 bases. And this is how you commit on 3 bases, back. True. Demi committing in. Does have to cut back the Zealots. They do trade well for themselves. But with the Zealots going down, the Stalkers are exposed. Demi trying to commit in. He does need link reinforcements though. As Hydra's there trying to hold their own. Has to get back. Kites away. Again, a very messy fight here. In the end, Bappy, he's holding. He's barely holding on. We'll get the Archon. And the game is going to continue. I would say that Demi has the opportunity to like commit, double down, and try to keep pushing. But Demi, he's going to back off. We're taking up into Hive Tech, into Lurkers. We're getting to a longer game state. Okay. Here we go. Pappy's getting a 5th base. And again, we're taking up. Now, when it comes to taking up into a greater kind of setup here, into a longer game, Pappy has to make a choice. Right now, he's fixated on a ground-based army, which I think for now is fine. We have to make a choice soon. Do we start to work towards Sky Toss? If so, when? For now, he's still securing himself. Probing up to 89. Holding on to those storms. But now would be the time for a fleet beacon. Yes, he's pushing. Does move out. So a Fungal does land. We do have Mass Lurker waiting for him. That's a lot of Lunkers. Jesus. Yeah, a lot of Lurkers here, and initially Demi will hold. Takes the more efficient fight. And upon seeing all these Lurkers, this is when we need Sky Toss. Like, now would be still a late kind of transition, but it would have to be now. The other option, of course, is to throw down 2 more Robos and get into mass immortal production. We have 1 Robo on the way, so it looks like the plan is to commit to a ground army. Which again is not easy. Likewise, Storm trying to zone away. Likewise, rotating in. Cells take it into the mineral line's not bad. Drones are going down. That's a lot of dead workers. Prism Force in the main. That's gonna be 21 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no reaction by Demi. Did lose the mineral line. At the same time, going for his own push, going for his own counterattack. Yeah, likewise, Lurkers are exposed. They go down on their own. Rough losses here for Demi, beating out a lot of Lurkers. Still not backing up though. Yeah, catching another Prism. Storm on the Hydras. Hydras are getting very low here. Now some Panic Storms. And looks like Demi, he's barely breaking through. Gets us over the Immortals. 1 Immortal left. Una más, papi, una más. And GG gets called. He barely breaks the defenses here. Demi, he will take the game. He will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. It was an impressive defense early on by Pappy. He was able to defend against the all-in, shut down the Hydras, he held onto his bases, and Pappy did get up to 89 workers. Like, he was not in a bad economic position, but as we mentioned, he did fall behind tech-wise. He chose not to work towards Skytoss. He wasn't working towards Skytoss. Even after scouting the lurkers, his reaction was to commit into more Immortals, so it is a much more difficult kind of unit composition to work with. Not impossible. Typically you do need momentum, you do need a better economy to be in the face of your opponent. Otherwise it can be difficult keeping up with mass lurker without any Skytoss support. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, Demi does claim the series. Demi, he will advance on into the next round, and we still have 2 more matches remaining here. Up next, the PvPs will be continuing. We are going to be getting into our next matchup. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. We have a PvP between Forjumi and Art. I say hold on, actually. Jumi and Art. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our PvP. Loading into Tokamak. But again, shout out to Demi for claiming a series. Very impressive win as well. I was favoring Pappy coming into that, but he had a hard time keeping up with Demi. And here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Quasar. It is Art. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. Here we go. Our PvP is upon us. What happens if both destroy each other's buildings? If you mean if the buildings die at the same time, I mean ties do exist. Like, draws are a thing in StarCraft. There are instances where it just says tie. Like, you get the score screen, it just says tie in the center. So if that's what you mean, like if they die like at the exact same time. Otherwise, if you destroy all the buildings your opponent, you just win. Is the win condition of the game. Here we go. So now 2-gate opener versus 2-gate opener. Everything's looking normal. Everything's looking as it should be. Second pylon in the main base, second pylon in the main as well. No proxies, no shenanigans. This is where I have to repeat what I said previously in the PvPs. It wasn't quite applicable to Shameless versus UD Soldier, but we do often see amongst most European Protosses like this more like standard mid-game, like more passive openers. We'll see if that trend continues here or not. As we mentioned, it wasn't applicable to Shameless and UD Soldier, but we'll see if it's applicable here. As we are settling in, both players will expand, and so far everything's looking as it should be. We do have Tordeps moving out for Jimmy. Tordeps taking one-shot probes, and he does try to slip past. Is making his way across the map. So Jimmy, he's slipping in. Meanwhile, Archie's in position. The probe is ready to wall off. Speaking of, does wall in time. From here we're keeping up. We have a take of choice. Twilight Council out of Jimmy, Twilight Council out of Arts. Both players are taking into Blink. So So far, no major deviations. As Jimmy does eventually get in. Does eventually submit the actual 5 probe kills. Nice start. Gets 5 workers for Joe Adepts. A better start here for Jimmy. As a result, you can see Jimmy does take a worker lead. You can argue there is a small, slim window here where Art has blink over his opponent, but it's not the biggest of windows. As Jimmy's taking up. So behind this, Jimmy going for the Robo, going for the Forge. Jimmy's going for a delayed third base in favor of all these tech structures and in favor of all these gateways. Meanwhile, Art on a very low gateway count, very low tech count, is going for a faster third. So Art, he's going for a faster third base. This will help make up for his otherwise worse economy. Remember, Art, he's down in workers, so he needs something to go his way, so he's being greedy here. Meanwhile, Jimmy, he's teching up, and this does also mean that Jimmy has a window in time where he will have a larger army. A larger and more effective army. So Jimmy can take the role of being the aggressor. But now Blink is done, and Art, he's going for the main. Does force to cancel. We'll blink into the main base, going for the pylon. Nicely done. Yeah, late reaction out of Jimmy. Out of position. And now he will lose the pylon. Lose the Stalker as well. Nice pickups initially here from Art. Pulling back in. And gets another Stalker. So 2 Stalkers, 2 pylons. Nice damage so far. I believe Art didn't lose anything. Yeah, so far, no damage, no losses. So hey, we spoke about that blink timing and it worked out. Did make use of it. Did use it quite well. Art, he is slowly saturating that third. So tries to pick in. It does distract actually. A nice distraction. Gets into the mineral line and gets another 4 probes. Nicely done. So we have it back and forth, and Jimmy's going to commit. Oh, he's going to commit here. We have Glaives on the way. So he's building up towards a mass Immortal Glaive Adept army. Glaives, they don't really scale too well into a longer game. Glaive Adepts, they are almost like an alternate answer here to charge lots. We have Zealot Legs on the way for Art, so he's getting into a charged lot standard composition. Mass Glaives do great when it comes to tanking for the army and focusing down those Zealots. Meanwhile, the main core amount of DPS for Jimmy is going to be the Immortals, as he will have 3 Immortals with the push, maybe even 4. So again, this is very committed here by Jimmy, very aggressive. This does not scale as well as charged lot into Archon production. The Archives is on the way for Art, headed towards said Archons. Art does catch the Immortal. Ooh, yeah, the Immortal takes a lot of hits and does go down. Massive pickup. Takes down the Immortal. Will get punished, losing 2 Stalkers. But overall, that was a massive blow for Jimmy. Remember what we said earlier, the Immortals are the backbone of the army. And we're down to 2. Jimmy's pushing. Art is getting ready. We're bringing in more Zealots. More Zelda warping in. Jimmy needs his reinforcements. Likewise, brutal force field slowing him down. As he is forcing his way through, blinks in. Oh, once again, force fields do send him back. But that should be the final wave of force fields. There's what, maybe 2 left. And trying to cat back. Alas, once again, Artie's getting over his immortals. He's trying to at least. He wants them. Can he break through? Down to 1 Archon, down to 0. More Zelda warping in. And still a very close fight here. But as Artie pulls back to the shield battery, he still has 3 immortals. And looks like Artie barely has enough. Barely holds on. Throughout all of this, he's got a 4th base. He has a better economy. Oh no. Oh, what a mess. Prism goes down. With the immortal as well. And Jimmy losing too much. He's losing far too much here. He's getting desperate. Jimmy falling further behind. Again, he was all in. The all in fails. One behind. Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is on the way. Hey, what else can you do, Pappy? What else can you do? As the devs say, do what they can. Art still ahead in workers. And Art, he should soon move out. Yeah, he's now pushing. Jimmy back at home in a rough position. No shield batteries, no defensive setup. He never intended to be the defender. Jesus, Artie's up to 4 immortals. Double the immortal count. So that 3rd immortal has arrived here for Jimmy. Zalzai trickle in, they get on top of the stalkers. And the 3rd base will fall. Jimmy has almost nothing left. He's down to his final army. Ah. He's got his 2 immortals with GG, gets called. There's just too much in Art. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG will play it again. Jimmy, he was committed. He had potential going into Mass Glaives, into the Immortals, but as we mentioned, he lost the 1st Immortal early on, and that could have made the difference of that fight. Remember how close? It was a very, very close fight at the 3rd base of Art. Very close, very clutch. Art, he barely came out on top there. Imagine a couple of extra units. Imagine an extra Immortal as well, and that could have made the difference there for Jimmy. But GG. GG will play it with that. We are now getting to game number 2, and we'll see if Art can close it out. We'll see if Jimmy can bounce back as we load into Oceanborn. Oh. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Protoss player. We have the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Quasar. It is Art. Here we go. We're getting into our second game into our PvP. Welcome to Oceanborn. Oceanborn, it's been a while. Not too long, actually. It's been a year maybe since we've seen Oceanborn in the map pool. It is now here. It is now back. Of course, it was voted in to be a part of this tournament map pool. It's part of the season map pool even as well. And this map was known for having some more aggressive builds and aggressive play. Specifically, the reasoning for this is the third base was a lot more vulnerable, a lot more available, a lot more accessible, I should say. The entrance here into the 3rd base is on the same plane of elevation, so there's no ramp, there's no high ground advantage. Likewise, a very wide entrance into the natural as well, so you can often rotate, pick and choose how to engage into the natural and into the 3rd base. But we'll see how that applies to PvP. Oh, as Jimmy is going for the fake proxy pylon. Bit of a later GLHF. It's fine. But the proxy pylon has been thrown down. Again, on Jimmy's half of the map. Is meant to force an overreaction, and we'll see if it does. As Arch will confirm that a pylon is not in the main. We'll confirm. Meanwhile, Archie is scouting nearby, and he will check. Wow, he will check. He will confirm. Archie will find the pylon, and he'll confirm it is a fake out. So he now can freely expand back at home. There's no need for a robo. There it is. Nexus is on the way, and Archie will have the slightly better economy. Relatively the same. So natural bases are on the way. Arch confirms that there is a base. From here we're settling in, calming down. From here getting into Twilight Council, into Blink. We're not being too crazy with our tech and not getting into a Stargate or anything of the sort. At Twilight Council on the way for Jumi as well, so Blink for both players. Nothing crazy. Sorry again, just trying to air out the room. We almost made it, man. We almost made it. As is the 7th series of the broadcast. One left. Jimmy sits once again. Jimmy sits up a proxy, but Artie's all over this. Does find it. Will shut it down. Art setting up his own proxy across the map to reinforce, warp in. It's all over it. Oh, and Jimmy, he's going to be a little bit cheeky here, going into a Dark Shrine. Okay. So Dark Shrine has been thrown down. What is the detection looking like? So far, 3-gate blink out of Arts, and is Arts going for a 4th gateway? So Art, he's being hyper aggressive. 4-gate blink stalker. Jimmy is going to be in danger here. What do we have to defend? Jimmy, he has a lower gateway count. He's working on +1, working on the Dark Shrine, of course, as well. He's being very tech heavy. And Art, this is his moment. This is his time here to shine, to break Jimmy before he techs up. Who's Nation also scouts the Dark Shrine. Pylon's being shut down. And Art is moving in. He's moving into the bases. Jimmy getting his own proxy across the map. Blink is done. Gets in. And Art looks like he's in committing here. He's getting some damage, don't get me wrong. He gets 5 robes. Here he gets underway. Here come the Dark Templar. Currently 0 detection, but the robo is done. The observer is on the way. So there will soon be detection available. Whether or not there's an army in position, there are 3 stalkers, but now they're distracted. Likewise, Artie pushes in. Better CranKy, better positioning for Art. He's slowly pushing forward. Defensive DTs on the way. But is this too much damage? DTs, they bust into the main. Probes are going down. Likewise, DTs that defend back at home. There's DTs everywhere. The Dark Templar. And DTs in all the mineral lines. 15 probe kills. Likewise, once again, free damage to the Dark Templar. More DTs in the main. Goes for the recall. Keeps one Dark Templar left. One remaining. And RT had momentum. RT was taking some better fights up until this moment, though. RT falls far behind economically. He never got his fourth base up, sorry, his third base up running. Never got the expansion. DT back into the main. More probes falling. Ay, ay, ay. Dark Templar, they're still everywhere. Now going for the third base. Get spotted, keeping our busy, allowing Jimmy to expand. So Jimmy has a heavy worker lead. He has the faster expansion. Jimmy just needs more time to make use of that, though, as Art has almost double the Stalker count. So Art has a massive Stalker army. He needs to at least break the third. At least. Shield Barriers are helping. Jimmy, he has to back off. As you can see here, just an overwhelming Stalker count. It's a lot of Stalkers. Our boys are being pulled. And Jimmy, he does have a better trade. We lose 7 probes. Jimmy's still ahead. At the same time, DTs are still across the map. And nice spin control. And Jimmy, can he hold on? Oh! Can he barely hold on? There's a lot of Stalkers going down for Arts, bleeding out a lot of units. Nice spin control here by Jimmy. Barely preserves that army. Just barely. Oof. Gets another Stalker. Jimmy's holding on. And now the Immortal has arrived. With the arrival of the Immortal, Jimmy is fine. He's perfectly fine. There was a window in time where Ark could have broken through, but again, the DTs were the MVPs. The Dark Templar did so much for Jimmy. Killing workers, defending back at home, causing distractions. It just became too much. Jimmy's getting a fourth. He's getting a fourth base. He's working on +3. Meanwhile, Art, he has 0/0 upgrades. I mean, that's how committed Art was. That's how all-in Art was earlier. And again, it should have ended the game. But the Dark Templar, Jimmy, he survived. Alright, he's going for Dark Templar himself. It feels a little bit late, though, at this point. There's already detection. There's already an observer with the army. Observer's already out. Charge is already done. Jimmy already has the tech he needs, already morphing in Archons as well. It's fine, Pappy. So Archer's sharking around to get spotted. If there's a world where if I can now position Jimmy, then maybe he can get some damage, then recall out. Or is there a chance for that? Here comes the Dark Templar. So RT distracts on the right hand side. DT they move in on left. There is no cannon, so no cannons, no observer. Observers on the high ground. No, the DTs! No, they walk in the army! They walk into the main army. Ay, ay, ay. RT does that blink. He does dive into the main. Okay, damage is being done. Zelce get into the fourth base mineral line. Likewise, we can see Arch getting ready for the blink shot to low ground. Does blink down. Stalkers are ready. Despite that Arch, he's able to outtrade. From here, he pulls away. DTs, they kill the fourth. Jimmy having a very difficult defense here. It's a tough hold. But it will be a hold. Even with the Dark Temple wreaking havoc, now this detection, DTs are cleaned up, and Jimmy still has the greater army. I mean, he's got 4 Immortals and 4 Archons. You can see the frustrations. Jimmy just wants a head-on fight because he will win. Art, he's doing everything he can to avoid that. Just poking in, pulling away. DT harass, Blink Stalkers as well. And hey, Artie gets his 4th. Does get his 4th base. Art's going for a massive Zealot counterattack. Let's go. Again, Art, he does have like technically a supply lead. It's a bit of a cheaper army though. It is a cheaper army. It's mainly Zealots and Stalkers, as opposed to the Immortal Archon, soon to be Disruptor heavy composition of Jimmy. Likewise, as we mentioned before, the upgrades are heavily in his favor. He's got +3. So it's an uphill battle here for Art. There's ways to recover for sure. If he can distract, if he can buy time, if he can backstab. Here come the Zealots. They get spotted. They get spotted by the Observer. Jimmy is aware. There's somewhat of a warp in. Going for the Prism. And the Prism barely goes down. Warpin is denied. But Jimmy still bleeds out a lot of workers. It's 11 probes going down. Here comes the main push. It commits. The Archons are stuck behind. Yeah, messy fight for Jimmy. Not fighting with his Archons. We're getting messy back. Yeah, we're getting messy, but finally Jimmy, he gets across the map. Again, it took like 10 minutes, but he gets across. His main army's here. GG gets called, and Jimmy, he will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, GG will play it again. Art, he went for a failed all-in relatively early on. Jimmy, he was able to defend. Unfortunately, Jimmy, he never was able to muster up an army to counterattack until that moment. He was just stuck at home defending, and we had that back and forth. Of course, I'm referring to the moment when Jimmy was harassing with DTs. Just as Art was coming to his all-in, the all-in barely failed. Otherwise, he would have had enough. If he had detection, if he was aware of what was going on, he would have had enough. But DTs, they were the MVPs there for Jimmy. GG. GG, well played. Now we're going all the way to the ace match. All ends here. It all ends on Persephone. Let's go. Final game of the series. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Team Quasar. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player. We have the German Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. Here we go. And we have seen Art spice things up a little bit here so far. Last game we did have attempted proxies. We saw that Jimmy went for a fake proxy pylon, but it got found. Not so sure we'll commit to something real here, as in a real proxy. It is the ace match. Jimmy, he once again does head towards the bottom right. And it looks like 2 games in a row he's going for a proxy pylon, a fake proxy pylon. No intention to commit to a robo or Stargate, just hides the pylon instead. This time it's further off to the side, so it'll be a little bit more difficult to scout. A bit more. As this is going to be double adept for his opener. Meanwhile, Stalker sentry out of Art. And we'll see if Art flinches. So far, and he doesn't. Art, he knows that a pylon is missing. He doesn't find it. He doesn't see it, but he doesn't care. He does it up on the low ground. Art, he believes that Jimmy won't try to cheese him out. Is checking just in case. But he gambles well. The gamba's solid. Wow, and he confirms. He does hug the edge of the map. He confirms the pylon. He knows. Yeah, he sees, he knows. Now he's free to expand. Nexus for Jimmy, Nexus for Art. Jimmy's moving in. Once again, moving in with the adepts. Art is keeping up. Adepts say, do make the way into the main. We can commit. He does. Yeah, he does commit in. Herb's going to be going down. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. 3. Can we get 4? It's going to be close. Looks like he barely will not. Yeah, 3 probe kills. This could have been a lot worse. Did deny some mining time, but overall it was an okay defense here for Art. Again, could have been worse. As Art does rally. Defensively, the shield battery is halfway done. Nice force fields, locks down the Stalkers. A couple of boys are being pulled, as Art does have that army supply lead. The reasoning for that is Jimmy just threw away his adepts. But Jimmy does hold. Does hold, does defend. We have more reinforcements on the way. Adepts are spotted. Oh, and one adept will maybe even go down. Shades in. Gets 1. Gets 2. Do we get 3? Oh my god. Forced a recall as well. A shaky defense here by Jimmy. Very shaky. 4 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, messy defense. With that, Art does take a slight lead. Reflex in. Oh. From here, pulls away, force a trade. This is going to be a better fight here for Art. As Art does have his own sentry as well to support. Yeah, reinforces on the way as well. Jimmy has to pull back. Jimmy has to pull away. Oh. Nice pickoff. As Jimmy's expanding, getting his 3rd base. We do see Art likewise taking his own. So yeah, we're just building up into the mid game. We've had some small skirmishes here, but we're just getting into a longer game state. Forges are with players, upgrades are with players. No one's going for an all-in this time. We're getting into a standard game. Jimmy's still looking for damage. Runs into Art. Gets a Stalker. Stalker, me auto up, say doing into natural. Nice damage here by Jimmy. Does make up for his earlier losses. Gets 5 at the same time. Jimmy poking in. It's now Art's turn to be out of position. Alright, he reacts. Prism into the main. Depths are dropping. Depths say drop in. Ooh, Prism goes down. Jimmy, he can afford some losses though. Jimmy on 53. Art's reinforcing. Oh. Art does miss the volley. Bit of miscontrol. As the Stalker counts is still quite close. And Jimmy does hold. Yosh has a healing shrine. Let's go. Jimmy does hold on. Both players going to be, again, building up into +1. We do have charge already done here with Jimmy. Charge finishing up for Art as well. So we're heading into Blink Stalker, into charge lots, into most likely Archon production. Again, we're just building up. Oh, nice snipe. Alright, he shot first. Jimmy tries to punish. Okay, catching a couple of Stalkers, not bad. A couple of Stalkers go down. But again, Jimmy cannot reinforce. He needs to rebuild that War Prism. And we're just still just getting a 4th base. Still building up. Still building up. Jimmy does have that slight advantage. We've lost so many prisms this game already. God. Speaking of, another prism should go down. Yep. How many? Lost 3 so far. Another prism's on the way. Let's go. When it comes to the overall composition, still we're neck and neck. We have earlier Archon production out of Art. That may be the deciding factor, depending on when the fight occurs. Jimmy needs his own Archon soon. Here they come. There'll be 2 more Archons. +2 is finishing off for both players. Again, economy slightly in favor of Jimmy. Army supply also slightly in favor as well. But it comes down to the main fight. It comes down to how they engage, how they move in. Art does only have... Oh no, he has additional Archons. And we might just miss each other. Never mind. Jimmy, he does turn around. Art's gonna hit first. Do we base trade? Jimmy, he spots part of the army. Art turns around, coming in for the surround. Oh, and Jimmy's caught. Yeah, Jimmy's caught out here. He has to engage. The Zelzek crash in. Archons, they do manage to push forward. And Jimmy, he should take this fight. Yeah, 3 Archons, they had so much extra DPS. breaks on through, surrounds the army, and Jumi, he will overwhelm. Again, the upgrades were even, the supplies were close, but better fight for Jumi. GG gets called, and in one fell swoop, Jumi will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG, well played. Whew. Again, a bit of a more like tense, but more like, yeah, just tense kind of early to mid game there between Jumi and Arch. It all culminated in that final fight. As we mentioned, it was quite close between the two players. Jumi had one extra Archon, and Jumi did have the better concave, attacking in the center of the map. Came down to the engagements. GG, well played. Congratulations. Jumi does claim the series, does advance on, and we have one series left here tonight. Una más, papi, una más. One more to go. It's going to be a best of 3 between Percival and Sebestus, a PVT. Let's go. Bearing in mind that we are going to be covering the podcast later on tonight. That'll be in around 5.5 hours, and I would like to get a couple of hours sleep today, so gonna try to get as much sleep as I can in between the broadcast. But here we go. In the top left hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the yellow Protoss player from the land of Czechia. It is Sebestus for Team Ruddy. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our final game of the broadcast. This is it, the final game back. Let's go. Checking the rally here, looks like we are going for the eBay block. So eBay block out of Percival, cheeky start, cheeky moves. And I appreciate that we get to see a little bit more Sebestus. Sebestus, he's not really much of an active player. He ladders a lot, but he's not really active amongst the online tournament scene. So great to see Sebestus here competing in the Rising Star tournament. And we'll see how he compares. Percival, he has been on fire as of late, especially in TVP. Percival stepping in as the favorite player, but we'll see if Sebestus can hold his own. As here comes the eBay block. Come in for the block. Sebestus, he's forced to expand elsewhere. We can see Percival chasing the probe, delaying the expansion even for, oh god. Forcing the triangular third base as a natural. Rough position here for Sebestus. Where are we headed? CC. So Percival going for the eBay block, then going for the command center back at home. That's a cancel, there's a refund, there's the base. Okay. Now when it comes to Percival's TVP, he has been mixing it up a little bit more for a very long time. For most of this year, I would say that Percival, he was very cheesy and very aggressive and very all-in this matchup. And he still does incorporate that a little bit. But in recent weeks, ever since the new patch, we have seen Percival take a more macro stance, embracing the mid game more and even embracing the late game when he needs to as well. So Percival, he has been a little bit more tame and he has been backing off. We'll see if that trend continues. Oh, as we have a Stargate opener. Okay, that is not of the norm. So Stargate opener out of Sebestus. If Percival can scout this, he can try to punish. Reaper dips in, avoids the Adept, and should head into the main. But now he's distracted. Gets a probe. Gets one. Gets two. Two probes go down. Reaper pulls out, but I believe the Reaper fails to scout the main base. So there's a bit of a give and take here. Reaper pulls out. They do shade into the mineral line. They looked at least a nice mining. Nice move with the Hellion. Hellion barely pulls away. Just barely. Once they get one more volley off, gets the Adept. That goes down. Hellion survives. Marine survives as well. Very nice. Now with that Stargate, does go for the Oracle. Did we ever scout the main? No. Percival, he sees nothing. Okay, he sees nothing. The Widowmines aren't in position. Oracle is now revealed. And gets one, gets two SCVs. Picks off some Marines as well. Find some damage. Oh, finding more damage in the main base as well. And so far, a nice start for Sebestus. This isn't critical damage, but damage nonetheless. Back at home, Sebestus, he's saturating his natural and is switching out of Stargate play into the Twilight Council. Most likely into Blink. There we go, Blink is on the way. Hellion into the main. Finding more damage. Oof. 3 more probes going down. 4 more probes going down. Percival is not done. Widowmine drop into the... Oh god! Oh no! He stacks! Oh my god! He clumps up 11 probe kills. Insane damage against the Vestas. Having a very hard time keeping up with the aggression here. The Reapers, the Hellions, the Widowmine drops as well. And Percival takes a lead. Percival does take a very comfortable lead here. From here, he's building up for a push. He's building up into an eventual move out with Stim. Speaking of, Stim has begun. Oof, locks down the Oracle. And Sebestus, he is in trouble here. Again, Blink is delayed, so we can't harass across the map. Oh, can we bait him in? Not quite. Jesus, drops in. Jeez, there's not much to defend. Going for the warp in. There's one Widowmine available here for a shot. Does not get it off there. Whew. Shot does not connect. Fortunate there for Sebestus. So Widowmine does waddle away. And again, I'm sure Percival, he knows he has momentum. Do you see what I see? I see 2 more Raxes on the way. No third CC. He's committing into 5 Raxes here on 2 bases. Percival, he should know that he has the advantage. And once Tim finishes, he can start to move out. As the Vestas has to pull away. Here we go. We have more Marauders rallying across the map. Remember, there's no third CC, so 2 base all in here at a Percival. It's all or nothing. Does have the advantage. There's no splash damage for Sebestus. Charge is still finishing up. And he has to be so careful here. Gets 1 medevac. 1 medevac goes down. Charge is done in 2 seconds. Widowmine's to burrow. Do we force a friendly fire? Ah, not quite. And Mind Shot's going off. Just some more Zealot Warpins, but you can see Sebestus plummeting in supply here at the same time, drop into the main base. The 1 Viking! Jeez, GG gets called, and Percival, he does take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Percival, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a very, very aggressive game here, and we did see that Sebestus was having a really hard time keeping up when it came to the Widowmine drop play. I mean, that was the beginning of the end there. That was the beginning that gave Percival momentum that allowed him to commit to the all-in, and Sebestus just didn't have the supply there, didn't have what it took to defend, to survive. GG. And now we're getting to game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the yellow Protoss player. We have the yellow Protoss from land of Czechia, representing Team Roddy. It is Sebestis. 14 kills by Land of Vikings. Land of Vikings, they do insane damage to workers, to probes specifically. They do quite a bit, quite quickly. Land of Viking harasser. It's no joke in TVP. Oh, meanwhile, we're getting rowdy. Percival, he's going for his own kind of like a fake proxy racks here. It's on his half of the map, so not too committed. At the same time, Sebestis going for his own proxy gateways. Let's go. No gas is back at home, which means we should be throwing down additional gateways. There we go. 2 gates are thrown down. And things are about to get a little bit intense here. Now Percival, he is kind of nearby, so he can react, but the problem is that he has 0 scouting. And it's very common to skip SCV scouts. Very common. So no information, no scouting out of Percival. He will not know. Oh boy. Yeah, so we go. The Zelts are being cornered as we speak. CC on the high ground at least, but there's a massive wall, hole in the wall. Sebestis, he doesn't know where the Rax is, but seeing the CC, it should let him know that he feels safe, right? Feel safe, feel secure. Here come the Zealots. Reaper moves out across the map. Back at home, there's not much at home to defend. So the Reaper has potential. The Zealots have arrived. And there's 0 production. There's nothing here. There's only SCVs. Boys being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Zealots have to be careful not to be surrounded. They deny any kind of mining in the main. Marine is on the way. Reaper is racing back home to defend. And again, 0 economy. Just 0 economy here. CC's delayed. And we're not done because here come the reinforcements. Stalkers are rallying in. Zealots take kite back. They're kiting back so that the Stalkers can support. Oh. Yeah, as the wall does open. More Stalkers have arrived. SCVs are going down, and this is becoming critical damage already. 8 SCV kills. Oh god. 8 SCVs. Focus down the Marine. And there's only Reaper left. Only 1 Reaper left here. Ooh, Stalker goes down. Now we have 1 more Marine. So 1 Reaper, 1 Marine. That's it's not going to be enough, Pat. And this is quickly becoming game-ending damage. Game-ending damage. Guess another SCV. And another. 2 Marines. 1 Widowmine. And 8 workers. We have 8 SCVs here. We have half the mineral line. Now Sebestis expands. Oh, the mine shot. Ooh, nice connection. When mine shot goes off. Despite that, Sebestis can still move in. Should still move in. Waiting for a sentry. Sentry can force field, can also provide some high ground vision. Widowmine is reset. And the game will continue. Sebestis does have a massive lead, and it'll take a while for him to kick into Blink, into his upgrades, into the mid game. It's just on Sebestis to contain the Terran player. To set up back at home. So Percival, he's fueled by some hard copium at this point. For sure. Vitamin A, he's gonna get some probes. Gets 1 probe so far. We do see Percival try to break out. Nice force shield. Ooh, my shot goes off. One of my falls. We're down to 3 Marines and 1 Cyclone. Oh. Welcome to the Stalker. Cyclone goes down. There's nothing left. Yeah, there's nothing left. Nothing here. There's 1 tank on the way, but he will lose the entire army. CC is going to be forced to lift. The tank can siege on the high ground, but cannot cover the entire natural. Gets a Stalker. Again, Sebestos, he can actually maintain himself here. Pulls away. Sebestos is playing very, very safe. Very safe. Making use of that healing pad and just waiting for Blink. Waiting for Blink. Can then saturate, get extra gateways, get a 3rd base. Can just mac her up. Going for the dive, Blink's in. Gets a tank. Tank goes down. From here can go for the bunker. Oh, gets caught up with the SCVs. It's a little bit messy here from Sebestos. It's getting messy. Now there's another tank. Sebestos, he needs to expand. Blinks in once again though. Blinks in, gets a tank. It's going to be a bit of a trade. There's the expansion. Oh, nice wing control. Gets away, gets 3 more. This was an okay trade for Sebestos. It was okay. Got a tank, got a Cyclone for 6 Stalkers. A bit of a back and forth trade. Overall, Sebestos, he should be able to afford this that much more, but the late 3rd is concerning. It's a late 3rd base. Percival, he's slowly recovering. Even here, it kills the Stalker. Shouldn't have happened. So calm down, Bappy, calm down. Just back her up, just saturate the 3rd. Get into mass zealots, and the next kind of big goal here for Sebestos should just be to contain on 2 bases. Does not have to push in. Don't have to push in. Don't have to push into the natural. Just contain on 2 bases. Gain map control. Gain the advantage. Fan out the Stalkers. Get eyes on any kind of drop play. As Percival, he is getting ready for his expansion. He is trying to recover. More Zealots. Yeah, the Zealots have arrived. Cats and tanks on siege, and this is moment. There we go. Takes down both tanks. There's 1 tank on the high ground. And we just have to be patient until Percival moved out, and now we can just overwhelm. GG gets called, and Sebestos ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played again. We just had to be patient, just patient. Percival eventually exposed himself. He eventually tried to settle for a third base, and that's when Sebestos could overwhelm. And now we're getting into the ace match here again. We saw that Sebestos was able to take a massive lead early on thanks to his proxy. He was able to catch Percival with his pants down. I can't imagine he's going to proxy again. That's typically something you do once in a series, so we'll see how our players do approach Tokamak. It all ends here. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran, the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Protoss player, with the yellow Protoss himself from the land of Czechia, representing Team Roddy. It is Sebestos. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Here we go. For the time being, we're going to be settling in. We do have so far standard openers. Rax is back at home. No proxy. No proxy from Percival. Likewise, Sebestos is also setting up in the main base as well. So no shenanigans this time. And we're calming down. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger, is the most defensive map of the map pool as well. Sebestos will expand. Oh, and I just got a message. Lovely. More casting, more StarCraft. Let's go. Let's go. I wasn't sure if we were gonna be a part of Stellarfest this week. But looks like we might be. We'll see. We'll see. That'll be for tomorrow when I wake up. Ah. As for now, we are going to be settling in. Again, just economic opener, Rax expand into a later factory out of Percival. Likewise, standard opener out of Sebestos. Now, I'm not really too familiar with Sebestos' standard play. I would assume that he might open up Stargate again. I know that's a bit of a meme, and that's kind of what Sebestos is known for at times. Did open up Stargate in game 1 with a bit of a rough follow-up. Otherwise, we are going to be settling in. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Sebestos, not a Stargate, not this time. Let's go. So we do have our standard setup. Going 3-gate blink out of Sebestos, 3-gate blink into a third base. He may decide to throw down extra gateways and be more aggressive, so we'll keep an eye on Sebestos. Now they're looking safe. First, we're opening up with his Widowmine drop. Heavy and Reaper moving out. So now we're settling in. We have our bio set up here from Percival as well. He's just poking with his Reaper Hellion, trying to get a read what's going on. Does get eyes on the third base timing. Oh, and does rush in. Sees 2 gates. Confirms the 3rd, and nothing else. So just open for the scout. At the same time, Widowmine drop here into the natural. This time, Sylvester does pull away in time. Losing just 2 probes, and only 2. Only 2 workers. So a cleaner defense this time out of our Protoss. We saw it in game 1. Things just he just was overwhelmed. Things got too chaotic. But Sebastian needed time. He just needed time here to warm up. He's warmed up, man. Twilight Count, sorry, Temple Archives on the way, working towards Storm, not towards Colossus. Oh. Like Sebas is trying to break that bunker. Master Repair will keep it alive. Alas, no tanks, no punish. I kind of glossed over this, but yeah, 0 tank production. This is a very heavy bio setup here out of Percival. Early stim into the rest of the upgrades, going to +1. No factory support whatsoever. This is going to hit quite hard. Percival, he's going to be the aggressor. He's going to move out with Mass Marine, with Mass Marauder. Comes the first medevac. Just some Widowmine support. But this is going to be a more active style here out of Percival. Does expand. It's going to be a bit of a... I mean, he's not going for extra Raxes, so 3rd CC. But he does want to move out. Gets one. Guess who? Just the one. Oh. I think it's the 2nd Stalker. 2 Stalkers go down. Drop into the main. Sylvester, he's behind the army here. He can try to get a surround going. Does pull back. Storms are ready. That's a lot of storms. Ooh, nice one with the High Templar. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by Sylvester. Drop into the main at the same time. Ooh, Storm does land. Brutal Storm. Storm lands. The main base is exposed. So 12 probes going down. 15. Nice target firing. Yeah, nice target firing here out of Percival. He will lose the medevac, but that's still going to be 15 probe kills in the main for 1 medevac worth of Marines. Again, it wasn't a doom drop or anything. It was just 1 drop. So Sebastian's economy is crippled, but he does have a lot of High Templar, a lot of storms. Scan reveals the army. Percival getting in position. Percival still at the advantage though. Zealots, they're being thrown away. Massive mine connection. Again, Sebastian's army was just a little bit disjointed. High Templar, they come in after all the Zealots go down. He's trying to respond. Once again, Zealots, they do get shut down by the Widowmines. Mine shots going off. Sebastian, he does overextend. He has to get the hell out of here. His army is very vulnerable. And Percival stims in. He stims in. He will just engulf the army, take out everything. The High Templar go down. The Archons, the Stalkers, and Sebastian, he will lose it all. Yeah, there's nothing left. He's got a couple of Zealots. He's rallying with the Prism. He lost the economy earlier, and the Percival is getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. That was it. And again, unfortunately, Sebastian, he came in too soon with the Zealots, too late with the High Templar. It's a very messy fight. Comes in with the drop. Oh! It does tank the storm. Jesus. Storm was brutal. But Percival, he defends. He defends back at home. Sends away the War Prism. Oh. As the Prism does go down. Prism goes down. Percival, he does sneak out across the map. There's not much of him to defend. Sebestus, he's forced to recall. Yeah, forced to recall. Percival, he just trades. He shouldn't be losing these ghosts though. Uh-oh. There we go. Does pick up. Picks up, pulls away. Does escape with at least the ghost. And now he can just rally. At this point, he can just rally across. There's 2 High Templar. Currently, there's 1 Storm available. Oh, does energy overcharge? Okay. 3rd Templar. Goes trying to flank. Doesn't land the EMP. Oh, does towards the end. Okay, so is taking a better fight. And Percival, he's spread thin. Oh, that's getting close. Oh my god. Brutal mind connections though. Nice target firing out of Percival. Gets a final High Templar. He does barely get the Templar in time. Percival, he pulls away. Pulls back. Oh, my shot's going up. And this should be kind of the final push here from Sebestus. I say that, I mean, the Zealots are trading well for themselves. They're getting trouble on the ghosts, but the ghosts are surviving. 1 ghost goes down. Warping is denied. GG gets called, and Percival, he will take the series 2-1. He'll advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Percival. Does claim the series, does advance on to the quarterfinals. Shout out to Sebestus for making a series out of it. It was a very chaotic series is what I will say. Very aggressive as well. We didn't really get to embrace a longer and later game. We were just very in each other's faces, which I appreciate. GG. GG, papi, GG. Congratulations here to Percival. And with that, I believe we have our confirmed top 8. We have our confirmed top 8 players for the tournament. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Here we go. Okay, from the top, the Wikipedia page has not been updated, but we had a Shameless. So Shameless, he does advance on over UD Soldier. Shameless is going up against Demi in the upper bracket quarterfinal. So a PVZ in the upper bracket. We have Jumi. Jumi, he does advance on to face off against... that series has not taken place. Rebellion versus Hydra still ongoing, so best of luck to the 2 players. With Jumi, he is waiting for another Protoss in the next round. We have Percival. Percival took down Sebestus. Percival, he's up against either the winner between Lelix and Mute in the next round, so another series that has yet to complete. Scrolling down, we have not Nicorette, we have BabyMarine. BabyMarine, I believe he won the series if I recall correctly, and he's going to be going up against YoungYakov in the next round in the TVZ. So again, we do have for the most part our top 8 finishing or getting ready for us. Remember though, all the players that lost their matches, lower bracket. There's a reason why we said that this usually takes around 2 months, around 2, sometimes 3 months to conclude. It's a very long event, a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft, everything gets casted. This was day 2 of the events. Day 1 was casted by Steadfast, we casted day 2, and sometimes Wardy casted if not Wardy, Chicken Man or Dave Testa or one of the other casters out there as well. So here. A lot of StarCraft, a lot going on, and this was a long cast, Bappy. 5 hours. We made it, but we made it. If you are curious, if you want some more StarCraft, our next broadcast is going to be later on this evening. Is going to be at BAM at 7 p.m. KST. I believe that's going to be at around 9 p.m. AEST. Let me just double check. Here. Yo, shout out to Baby. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing 42 months in a row. And also, best of luck with your move. Best of luck. There's a lot going on, but thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Our next cast is going to be at 9 p.m. AEST. That is going to be in 6 hours time, but I'm going to go pass out because I got to wake up in 3 hours. So, God, it's so I'm gonna try to get as much sleep as I can before the podcast. There's a lot to discuss, of course. The Blizzard Cup, or the SC2 Cup, was just announced recently, which is going to be an SC2 event, an SC2 esports event happening at BlizzCon. Really exciting. I believe that's for next year, for 2026. Bear that in mind. And we also have other events on the horizon. I just mentioned that I literally just got messaged regarding Stellarfest. Regarding being the B stream for Stellarfest. I am uncertain though as to whether we're going to be available for that. I'll be honest. I will be honest. As we already have our schedule like full, like we already have a full schedule. But as you can see here, we do have the VOD TV Monday tomorrow morning. That's going to be at 8 a.m. KST. We have the KSL on Saturday. We have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and the Pigstar Cup as well. I was going to be leaving Friday evening open just to like calm down and rest, but we'll see what happens with Stellarfest. We might cover it, we might not. We were just asked to be the B stream for Stellarfest, so big maybe on that one. Stellarfest is of course a big event happening in Canada. It's a big event happening in Canada. Lambo's going to be there. Scarlet is going to be there. Geralt, Trigger, Zaun, Bjorn, Clem, like a lot of high caliber players will be there. It'll be great to be a part of the event, but it's also going to be a really rough time slot for us, and like it's also last minute that we're being asked to do this. So we'll see what happens. For now though, I'm gonna just get some sleep. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. StarCraft 2 and StarCraft Remastered, September 2026. Yeah. Stellarfest Day 1 was brilliant. As I realized, it's called Stellarfest. True. Yeah. I believe Steadfast and Pig are covering Stellarfest. I think they're covering it, and we'll see if we're a part of it. Otherwise, I'm happy to just get some sleep instead. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning for the Wardy TV Monday. See you then, baby. See you then. Also, if you want to support us, you can do so via following us on the socials, !socials in the chat. You get a link to our YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Mastodon, and Blue Sky. Likewise, you can support us on Patreon as well. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning for Wardy TV Monday, or we'll see you guys later on tonight for the podcast. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.